Good evening, everyone. This is a Paso Robles City Council meeting for Tuesday, May 20th, 5 p.m. We'll start with roll call.
Councilmember Bausch.
Here.
Councilmember Beal. Here. Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Hammond.
Here. Tonight we have two closed session items that we're going to get into. Let our legal counsel, Elizabeth Hall, to let us know what we're going to be talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are currently two items on the closed session agenda. The first is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. That is pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. The name of the case is Steinbeck Vineyards No. 1 LLC et al. Versus the County of San Luis Obispo et al. And so we'll be going in to discuss the status of that. There's a second item on the agenda, which is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, again, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. And that name of that case is the Tribune versus the City of Paso Robles and Chris Bausch. We will actually not be discussing that case this evening. So we'll just be taking the first item in closed session.
Okay, very good. We'll open it up then to public comment. Anyone in the audience? Seeing none. Anyone online? Elizabeth?
No, sir.
Okay. Then we'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session and reconvene at 6 p.m. Good evening, everyone. This is a Paso Robles City Council meeting for May 20th, 2025. And we are going to reconvene from closed session. We'll begin with the flag salute, and Councilmember Chris Beal will do that, and stay standing for Steve for the invocation.
Join me in the pledge. Ready? I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah, Steve, welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Steve Arkowitz, and I'm the president of Atheist United SLO, a county-wide group of over 800 secular and atheist members. And I'm pleased to be here to give tonight's invocation. Instead of bowing our heads in prayer, let's take a moment to reflect on our shared purpose to confront the challenges that face us. The strength of any community lies in its diversity of thought, background, and belief. As citizens, it's our duty to uphold the values of equality, fairness, and cooperation. So let us be guided by reason, compassion, courage, and the responsibility to serve all members of this community fairly and thoughtfully, regardless of their beliefs or non-belief. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll start with roll call, please.
Councilmember Bausch.
Here.
Councilmember Beal.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Hammond.
Here. Next, we have staff introductions, beginning on my right.
Melissa Boyer, City Clerk, joined by Mary Sponholz, Deputy City Clerk, and Karen Jackson, IT Technician.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Edith Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer.
Angelica Forte, Community Services. Linda Pasha, Recreation Services. Freedom of
Brian Cornell, Trade Services Director.
The local utilities director.
Paul Patty, Sanction. David North, Police Chief. Don Suarez, Fire Chief. David Abney, Water Resources Manager. Aaron Ward, Water Supervisor. David McCarl, Operations. Airport Manager, Mark Scandell.
Coordinator, Fox Coordinator. Melissa Bailey, City Library. Kim Porter, Stormwater.
Diane Brown, Human Services Superintendent. Kate White, Nick Burris, Mike Lindsay.
Chris Huot, City Manager.
And Elizabeth Hull, City Attorney.
Very well. Thank you for all coming. Next, we have report out from closed session, Legal Counsel Elizabeth Hull. Can you let us know what we did starting at 5 o'clock?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the City Council went into closed session on one item this evening. It was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. The name of the case is Steinbeck Vineyards versus County of San Luis Obispo et al. And there's no reportable action on that item. There was a second item listed for closed session, which was conference with legal counsel also regarding existing litigation pursuant to the same government code section, and that was the case of the Tribune versus City of Paso Robles and Chris Bausch, and the council did not discuss that item this evening.
Very good. Thank you, Elizabeth. Next on the agenda, we have a presentation. And if I could have all of our city staff, the National Public Works and Utilities Week, if you can join me up here, along with their leadership. Any of you guys, you need to come up too. So join with me. Have a room. this proclamation. 4th, 2025. Whereas Public Works and Utility Services infrastructure are the heart of every community, contributing to our health, safety, and overall quality of life. And whereas the 2025 theme for National Public Works Utilities Week, People, Purpose, Presence, highlights the dedication of these kind of folks in public works, utility professionals, their essential mission, and their enduring impact on our daily lives. And whereas people are the backbone of public works and utility departments, engineers, managers, maintenance personnel, administrators, all who dedicate themselves to building, maintaining, and improving communities with professionalism and pride. And whereas their purpose is clear: to provide essential services, support sustainable growth, protect public health, ensure safety and resilience through well-planned infrastructure and responsive service. And whereas presence is felt every day in the well-run operation of public works, utility infrastructure departments, which, as storm drain, water, wastewater systems, streets, traffic signals, public buildings, public spaces, public fleets, streets, trees, solid waste, and airport operations. And whereas the continued success and strength of our community depends on the skill, commitment, and tireless service to our public works and utility professionals. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor, and speaking on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim May 18th through 24th, 2025, National Public Works and Utilities Week. Congratulations, guys.
So I learned a new thing tonight. Stand on the other side so you don't end up giving a speech. I didn't have a speech prepared, but thank you, Mayor Hammond. The men and women of Public Works and Utilities work very hard to, and are very proud to serve the city of Paso Robles, keep the lights on, make sure that the landscaping is well maintained, make sure that the potholes are filled, the water lines are working properly, and the toilet always flushes for folks. So we appreciate the appreciation and look forward to another great year in Public Works and Utilities. Thank you.
That was fun. Next, we have general public comments. This is the time that the public may address the City Council on items within our purview, but not scheduled on tonight's agenda. Council and staff may briefly be able to respond to statements or questions posed by the public. Please fill out a speaker card informational and give it to your city clerk when they come up. You'll have 3 minutes. Those people wishing to speak on any item scheduled for tonight's agenda will be given the opportunity to do so at the time the item is being considered. So first up, Mike, welcome.
Mr. Mayor, council members and staff, I'm very pleased to be here again for about the 14th year of thanking you for your support. And what you are supporting is AARP tax aid. I'm Mike Cusson. I'm 411 14th Street. I'm the local coordinator for AARP tax aid here in Paso Robles at the Veterans Building and at the City Library. We prepare taxes right in this room on Saturdays. We're part of the IRS VITA program, which is the free tax preparation program all over the nation. It does about 2 million tax returns. In SLO, we've got 10 sites ranging from Napomo all the way up here to Paso Robles. And we do about 3,400 tax returns, and we do them all for free. And here in Paso, we prepared, again, over 1,000 tax returns. The second year in a row, we've done over 1,000 tax returns. And we prepared and we've been here for over 26 years doing tax returns. And when you add in our partner in Atascadero, and I want to thank, I always combine us as the North County, Atascadero and Paso Robles. We did over 1,400 tax returns. We operated St. Williams Parish in Atascadero. We did we again did about 800,000 tax refunds. $800,000 came back into this community just from our Paso Robles sites, and another $250,000 came back as refunds into our Atascadero site. That's over $1 million of refunds that came back into our community because you provide the opportunity for us to prepare tax returns for people. We do this as an all-volunteer staff. We have 23 preparers, one of which is with us tonight. Karen McLaurin is with us tonight. We have 9 greeters and a bunch of phone schedulers that help us do the work here. These volunteers are your constituents, as well as all the clients that we work with are your constituents, and all of them are very grateful for the service we provide. Of all the things I've volunteered for in my life, nothing is as rewarding as somebody sitting across the table from you, thanking you profusely for doing their tax return, because we all hate to do tax returns. We could not have done this without the city support, of course, as we have done in prior years. I want to thank, first of all, Angelica Fortin, the Community Services Director, and Linda Plesher, the Recreation Services Manager, for coordinating the use of this room, as well as the use of the Veterans Building. Our Saturday operations here were supported by Karen Christensen, the Adult Services Librarian, Don Rader, Suzanne Robitaille, and the rest of the library staff. And we're the only site that's open in San Luis Obispo County on Saturdays, and that's one of the real things that you do for the entire county. We have people come up from Los Osos to come here, to come to this room on a Saturday to get their taxes done. At the Veterans Building, thank you.
Yeah. No problem. Keep going, Mike.
We're married.
Yeah, I know. I have one like that too.
Okay. At the Veterans Building, the Board of Trustees, John Irvins gave us a room for 2 days a week together with Cookie Peters, Mickey Wright, and her volunteers at the Senior Center. I want to thank KPRL and Kevin in particular for putting us on twice to promote the program. As I promised last year, we were able to expand up to Oak Park Community Center. I want to thank the Housing Authority for allowing us to go up there. We did 4 Sundays. Our volunteers gave up their Sundays to go up to Oak Park and work with the Spanish-speaking community. We did about 60 returns up there, and really, we're probably going to go up there again next year. So thanks again for supporting AARP and Tax Aid here in Paso Robles.
Thank you for your service, Mike.
Thank you very much.
Larry?
Good evening, Larry Werner, 741 Orchard Drive. Two things I want to thank the council for and staff. One is the incredible progress on the pickleball courts out on Scott Street. The other one is the bridge on Nico's Path, which is between Cider Creek and Nicholas Street. Somebody at the city named that trail after him. My grandson, who was 6 at the time, when I was preparing the bike and pedestrian plan for the city, Nico would come around with me on his bike, 6 years old, and run around, look at the maps, and say, "Granddad, how many miles? Granddad, how many miles? Granddad, how many miles?" So I finally bought him a speedometer for his bike.
Odometer, yeah.
And he goes, I said, "I got you something for your bike that you've always wanted." And he goes, "You got me a mileager?" And so it's a really important path because it links a lot of the residential and commercial areas together and the schools together, because it was really dangerous to go through that area before. So I was out there today, great progress, and my understanding is that we might have a ribbon cutting on June 3rd. That's still to be confirmed, but really appreciate it. I'm going to really love to see it happening, and it's really moving really nicely. So
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Larry.
All right.
Welcome.
Hi. I thought I combed my hair good enough to take the hat off. Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. I feel really bad because there's children in the room, but I'll try to not cuss. No, I'm kidding. I just want to remind the public that 2026, we have 3 seats that are going to be open. The mayor, I think he's up, Miss Bill, and I think Mr. Bausch, your seat. Rowan's, we have a chance to change our city government. No more good old boys club. Also, I would like, Melissa, if possible, to know how many signatures I need to get a question on the ballot of whether we want to elect our city attorney from now on. I've resigned from all my lobby groups. I rescinded my application and interview process for the grand jury because I am zoned in. We can't keep going this way, guys. Suing each other, picking on each other, bullying each other, bullying the citizens, Mayor, You are part of this. You and Ty concocted this conspiracy theory. And you sit there silent as if you have clean hands. So I am zoned in for that seat next. I think that after Mr. Hewitt decides to retire in 2050, hopefully he'll be here that long, that we'll go for that to be elected next. I think you guys have proven yourselves to be quite a little coup, a little cult thingy. I don't know the right word. Anyways, that is my negativity, sorry children, for the day. I have had it, seeing the articles, the Tribune, trashing really good people in this city. And you all sit idly by like, okay, it's them. But you're involved, Mayor. When are you going to speak up and say something? You are the one person who can change the entire makeup of what is going on here. But instead, you decided to sue your own counselor. So that can stop Roeblin's 3 seats, 2026. I will be looking for people for the next 6 months who will run. I already found one for your seat, Chris. And he will be a shoo-in. I could get him to run for mayor. He'll be a shoo-in. Someone who cares about the city, its citizens, and its fellow councilors. He was elected into that seat. Doesn't mean you guys get to gang up and decide he doesn't need to be here because you don't like him, because he don't pay to play, or he doesn't go along with the rest of you. So I know I've been gone for a long time, but I needed a break. And it's really sad because all the new people are really upsetting the citizens, Miss Bill, you. So your seat is in danger. But I will be working on the my new hashtag, Time to Haul Liz Out 2026. Thank you. And thank you, Fire Marshal Patty, for doing the fire lanes. I'm no longer an advocate for any state groups, but thank you for working with me.
Tom, you got it? Yeah. Mr. Mayor, welcome.
Good evening. Tom O'Malley, former mayor of City of Atascadero. The saddest thing for me being here tonight is to see how many former outstanding City of Atascadero employees are now here at I fully blame the former mayor, Mayor Martin, my friend since elementary school. We grew up together through high school, and there was nothing more fun than to be the 2 North County mayors, a Democrat, a Republican. We had no issues. We worked very well together, focusing on our communities, and I appreciate the current council for having a heart for your community. I'm here because Steve helped me on so many things. We started Aquana's Mayor's Winemaker Dinner, which now raises $80,000 a year to go to community things. It's been throughout, we work together to see that funding go to ECHO in Paso, as well as ECHO in Atascadero. We also did a smaller event, the Mother's, we did a Mother's Day event,
picnic, yeah.
at Portola Inn, and for 16 years. I didn't do it last year with my wife passing away, just 6 months after my best friend passed away. And we've rededicated that event to be a fundraiser. Not only, of course, we've always provided a special day for moms that don't get a special day, of parents of special needs populations throughout the North County, but we also raise money to go to some worthy causes. And we've rededicated that to focus on literacy, which was something that was close to Peggy's heart, as well as Mayor Martin's, and also education. So I have a check tonight just for $2,000 to present to Paso Robles Library Foundation. Focus on whatever the heck you want to do with it, but it probably focusing on literacy for children. And we will also be doing, I'm going to the Exodus School Board in Atascadero with 2,000 going to Battle of the Books. We'll also be doing scholarships in Mayor Martin's memory and probably continuing to support literacy in the North County. I do want to thank so many in the community. Not only do we have both mayors, which we've, ever since Steve and I together have done work together, but Mayor Hammond and Mayor Bourbeau in the Atascadero both contributed personal funds of $500 apiece. Both North County supervisors contributed substantially. So with that, if I may approach, I do have a flyer just for you to be aware of what we've been doing. And if I may approach the mayor, I would.
Can we get Ann Halleck up here too? Yep.
Yes, we can go together.
Can we bring our city librarian up?
That would be great.
Say something. I was going to say, well, thank you, Mayor. It's quite an event to be able to put this on. I know you did a lot of work to make this all happen in the name of your wife and of our late Mayor Martin. The money that has been raised is going to be coming to our library along with yours as well. And it's a great program, great vision that you had. I mean, this is, I think, came out of your head. So again, you have all the kudos for this, and it continues on through the years. This is not just 1 year. So again, I really appreciate your effort in supporting us as a city, and along with your folks too in Atascadero.
I do think we in the North County need to stick together and work for the good of our communities. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you guys for what you do at the library.
Can I? So I was just sharing with Mr. O'Malley last week that the library celebrated 30 years at this location last Tuesday, and it was such a dream and a passion of Mayor Martin to see us move from the Carnegie to the expanded space here. So it's very special to receive this now. Thank you.
Okay, continuing with public comment.
Hi,
Welcome.
my name is Patty, and I'm here representing Restorative Partners, Anna's Home. So I'm the resident coordinator for Restorative Partners Women's Recovery Homes, and we have one located right here in beautiful Paso Robles, which is Anna's Home. And at Anna's Home, we're able to house women and their children at some of the hardest times in their lives. Many of our women have been through struggles that most of us can't even imagine. So when they come to us, they usually have a lot of trauma and life circumstances that are holding them back from fulfilling what their possibilities could be. So our facility is unique in the fact that we offer a continuum of care to our families through in-house services and through our amazing partnerships with our agencies in the community too. And some of our in-house services that we are able to provide to our clients at Anna's Home are case management services like setting up childcare, resume building, assistance with funding for permanent housing, and assistance with finding employment, and assistance in enrolling in higher education. We also have an amazing partnership with Haslo where we're able to get our women set-aside vouchers, which are essentially Section 8 vouchers. They can use them the same when they are available. But recently, due to budget cuts, we've lost a lot of our funding. So we already rely heavily on donations from the community and through other partners. And so how we do our fundraising is through fundraising events, and we're going to be having our annual Anna's Home Royalty coming up on Saturday, May 31st. It's going to be actually at Anna's Home this year, and Council Member Chris Beal is going to be serving there, so thank you so much. It's going to be a really fun event. It's a royalty, and we're going to have a hat contest, and we're going to have some really good food, and we're going to have special servers come out, and it's in our backyard at Anna's Home. And if you live here in Paso Robles and know the Creston House area, that's a beautiful home up there, and we are going to have it in the backyard. And I have some flyers. Is it okay if I approach and pass those out?
I can give them to the clerk and we can.
Okay, give them to the clerk. And then also, if you're watching from home or I don't know if people listen in, you can go to restorativepartners.org and get tickets that way. And on our flyer, we have QR codes for getting tickets. And I'll also leave some on the back table then too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Anyone else? Sharon, welcome.
Sharon Roden. I am a planning commissioner, but I am speaking tonight as a private citizen. I think I have to respond to some comments. There seems to be a witch hunt on really anyone who disagrees with one particular council member. I was one of those, Mr. Gregory, the mayor, even Mr. Strong, sweet as he is, now Chris Beal, and now it's Elizabeth Hall. So the constant witch hunt comes out of friends that seem to be friends of one particular council member who does not want to follow the letter of the law. His friends call others derogatory names, attempt to defame, libel, and slander, all the while claiming to be victims. These are not the type of character that you want represented in this city. So I think you guys are doing a great job. We all learn, we all make mistakes, but I have no doubt that each one of you have the deepest desire and concern for this city and to do best for it.
Thank you. Yeah, Dale, welcome.
Dale Augustin. I wasn't going to speak, but I just wanted to say, I wish we could get this many people out to every meeting.
Yeah, it is nice. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, do we have anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to council. The next item on agenda is to ask our city manager if there's any items to be deferred tonight.
Mayor, we have no items tonight for deferral.
Okay. Next, we have overview of the items on consent calendar. Can we go ahead and have that?
Thank you, Mayor. We have, I believe, 9 items tonight on the consent calendar. The first item this evening is the approval of the May 6th, 2025 City Council meeting minutes. The second item is the receipt of advisory body minutes, and this is for the Planning Commission, I believe, for 4 previous meetings in February and in March. Item number 3 is the receipt of the warrant register, and since your last meeting, we've had 2 check runs totaling $3.7 million. I'll briefly cover those significant checks here. The first is a check to Whitaker Construction Group. This is for the Capitol Hill Sewer Project at Creston Road. Out of the wastewater fund in the amount of $143,549.75. Item number 2 is a payment to Professional Meters, Inc. This is related to the city's ongoing automatic meter installation project, water meter installation project. This comes out of the water fund in the amount of $146,613.75. The next item is a payment to Granite Construction Company. This is for the construction of Creston Road Phase 1, coming out of a variety of different funds, totaling an amount of $1,063,339.86. Excuse me. Next item is also a payment to Granite Construction Company for the same project, Creston Road Phase 1, coming out of capital improvement funds in the amount of $753,601.65. Next item is a payment to Papich Construction. This is for the construction contract related to Golden Hill Road repairs. out of capital improvement funds in the amount of $264,660.27. And then lastly, we have a payment to the California Department of Technology. I believe this is for software that the city utilizes in the amount of $172,639.02. Moving on to the consent calendar, item 4 is the receipt of the treasurer's report for March 2025. Item number 5 is the approval of a second reading related to an action I believe that the council took last time related to Community Facilities District number 22-1N. This has to do with the Olson South Chandler Ranch facilities related CFD. Item number 6 is the approval by second reading related to trenching and pavement preservation. This is related to the pavement preservation aspect of what was discussed last time only, not the micro trenching aspect of it. Item number 7 is the approval of a change order as it relates to design work, additional design work that was necessary for the pickleball court complex. Item number 8 is the approval of a resolution that allocates in the next fiscal year Senate Bill 1 funds. This is gas tax that comes from the state. The council has to adopt a resolution pursuant to Senate Bill 1 to determine or show where that money is going for the next fiscal year, and this is the item that does that. And then item number 9 is the approval to reject all bids and to authorize re-advertising of the construction of the South Vine Bridge project. And we're also asking the council to adopt an organizational conflict of interest policy covering design build projects and moving forward with a design build process for this project. And with that, that concludes the summary of the consent calendar. Happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Huot. Consent calendar is considered routine and not normally required for separate discussion. However, if any member of the council or the public has any specific questions and wants clarification on the item, we can get those answered before we take a vote on the items tonight. Secondly, any member of the council or the public that wants a full discussion on the item will cause that item to be pulled, and the consent item will then be moved to the bottom of the discussion item portion of tonight's agenda. We'll ask now the council if they have any questions for Mr. Huot or any staff wishing to pull or just ask questions. Chris Bausch, go ahead.
Question on item 7, where are the funds for the pickleball change order, where are those coming from?
Rita Berman.
Mr. Bausch, Frida Berman, Public Works Director. Those funds are coming from already approved contingency funds for the project.
So they're already on hand?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
No
further questions.
Good. Okay. We'll open up to the public. Anybody have any question on the consent calendar at this point? Yes, please.
I also have a couple of questions on number 7. Even if that amount is encumbered, what is the tally of the pickleball court with the change? Does it increase the amount? I thought it was 7 million total for the pickleball court. And then my last question is, are we going to keep a tally every time we need to pay extra over the 7 million?
Rita, are you going to get that?
The total construction contract for the pickleball courts is $3,279,897. The design contract is what we're talking about tonight. And the amount of the design contract is, $217,798. Purchasing policy allows for us to go up to 25% over that amount without going to council for approval of a change order. We are exceeding that 25% by like a percentage. So we had to come to council for approval of that change order.
Can you tell us a little bit about what the changes or design
The
was for?
change order has to do with additional services due to the relocation of the courts to the north to avoid a well discharge line, Sherwood Well number 9. We knew the line was somewhere near there, but best practice is to pothole once you get on site and make sure we know where the line is so we can avoid it and have the appropriate distance away for the construction. Well, we potholed and it was there. We had to move the courts. The plans had to be adjusted, so that was additional design time. Also, the prefabricated restroom is a 6 to 9 month lead, requiring the architect to expend more time on the project. So that is the source of the change order.
Very good. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Hammond, we have a caller for this item as well.
Go ahead and do that. Caller, can you hear us?
It's Jan Albin.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, good evening, Council. I'm Jan Albin. I'm a resident of Quail Run Senior Estates. My question is also on number 7. First of all, I've lost track of what the original budget was for the pickleball courts complex. So if someone could come up with that, I'd appreciate it. And what are the costs to date? That's the second question. And didn't we recently have to take money, and I want to say it was from the ARPA funds from the Vine Street project to put onto the pickleball because they didn't have enough money or hadn't authorized enough money? I'd like to know where we are financially with this and what the prognosis is, if you will, for how much this is going to wind up costing us. Thank you very much.
Okay. Frida, can you kind of get some of those then? Yeah.
Sure. Let me just get my thoughts together really quick. So
The original cost, I believe.
the original cost was $1.2 million. Council approved going out to bid with an increased cost estimate of $3.4 million. The design, the contract with the general contractor is $3.27 million. Also, on top of that, council approved a budget including design, construction contingency, which we mentioned previously, PG&E fees, and other miscellaneous items. So the total budget for the project is just over $4 million. We are well within our projections at this point. We do not see any, we haven't encountered anything that would make that budget be reevaluated. In terms of the current cost, I don't have that number with me, but everything is on track. Very few change orders, if any, and we should be well within our budget projections.
I've had several people ask me, when do they expect to be done? Do you have a rough idea?
February 2026.
26, February 26. Councilman Gregory.
Frida, while you're there at the mic. So the cost of this project was to replace the bathrooms that were there and also to build a large parking lot.
Yes,
adjacent to that?
it's the name of the project is the Pickleball Court Complex, but it is truly a upgrade to Sherwood Park. We demolished a very old, unsatisfactory restroom, are replacing it with a prefabricated, modern restroom. We have a picnic, pavilion, barbecue, large parking lot for the community, as well as the pickleball courts.
Thank you. That parking lot will also serve the veterans and the across the street.
Exactly. It will be a public lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Anyone else online?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, then we'll bring it back to council for direction and our action of items 1 through 9.
Mayor Ham?
Yes.
I'd like to approve consent agenda items 1 through 8 or 9? 9?
1 through 9. Okay.
Second.
It's a motion by Gregory, second by Bausch to approve items 1 through 9 on the consent calendar. Any discussion? Okay, Melissa, we'll call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Did you want to try and move that up?
I have a question for our city attorney. I'd like to see if we can move forward item number 3,
From discussion?
youth sports, so that we get all these future athletes
Oh,
the
man,
rest
good
they
time.
need. So
Actually, I mean, I was thinking about that too. I'm so proud of everyone who's come to this meeting. I'm not sure, and maybe some people in the audience know that there are also others that are going to be coming and might be planning on coming a little bit later. So I'm not sure what the right answer is, but I'm certainly respectful of everyone's time.
So
Maybe we ought to-
I'd speak in support of forwarding the
So do you need
item
do
3.
we need to do that with the motion, or can we just go ahead and move forward?
Or you can just do it by consensus.
Yeah.
You can take anything on the agenda.
So it was a motion
Strong had a
requested by Councilman Gregory to move item 3 to this point in time on the agenda. Anybody have any discussion or problem on that? Okay, then we'll go ahead and do that.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and move then to item 3, youth sports field capacity update and direction to staff. Angelica, you have that item?
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you. Angelica Fortin, Community Services Director. On March 4th, a representative, Paso Robles Youth Baseball, provided public comment at City Council sharing what we have been hearing for years. Youth sports participation in our community continues to grow, and access to fields has not kept pace. At that time, the council requested staff come back to provide an update regarding access to quality sports fields in our community, and I'm here tonight to provide that update and to seek your direction for next steps. Following the March 4th City Council meeting, Recreation Services staff reached out to sports field user groups to gather more information to better understand the concerns surrounding field capacity. Because our city fields are shared by youth and adult organizations, we requested feedback to reflect the needs of all age groups. Feedback requested was from 19 organizations that represented 3,220 members. We received responses from 7 youth organizations and 4 adult organizations that represented 1,290 members. We've also been collecting feedback over the years as part of the Sherwood Master Planning process, recently through the Larry Moore Park Design Development process, and also through the Beechwood Park Concept Review process. 3 themes have emerged. There's a strong recommendation from our user groups to provide additional sport field lighting at Sherwood Park. Sports field maintenance concerns at Sherwood Park, Larry Moore Park, and Pioneer Park, and need for additional youth sports spaces throughout our community. With that feedback in mind, let's talk about the current conditions and circumstances. Data collected through Recreation Services shows a 59% increase in the number of individuals participating in outdoor recreation leagues in our community over the last 5 years. There's a dip there during COVID, but you can see those numbers have popped right back up. These leagues primarily rely on city-owned public fields to conduct their activities. Currently, the city owns and operates a total of 16 sports fields. 11 of those are lighted, 8 of which are at the Barney Shorts Park. If we were to try and meet the National Recreation and Park Association standards for outdoor park and recreation facilities, we would need to add 4 additional fields to our inventory. Having said that, we will be losing access to 1 lighted field at Pioneer Park after March of 2027. That field has been sold to the fairgrounds, and that means we get 1 more baseball season out of that field. When it comes to lighted fields, 9 of the 11 groups that provided feedback offer year-round programming, which means that during the fall, winter, and early spring, field time is limited. 100% of them indicated a strong preference for Barney Shorts Park, which has lights. 9 out of the 11 groups indicated that they would reserve an average of 6.25 more hours of play per week if they had access to more lighted fields. And last season, user groups rented field lights to accommodate play at unlit Sherwood Park fields, which benefited not only AYSO, who made that investment, but other groups that were able to use the lights. Maintenance concerns were also brought up. Like I mentioned, BSP is hands down the preferred location, not only because of lights, but because of the quality of the fields, the regulation size of the fields, and access to goals. The least preferred location across the board was Sherwood Park due to safety, and that was due to the gopher holes and the uneven ground. While Sherwood Field was of the most concern, and you can see Sherwood there on the left, we've managed to get the grass nice and green, but we still have these gopher holes. But there were also concerns raised about Larry Moore and Pioneer Field. When it comes to maintenance of our sports fields, historically we have relied on city staff and user groups. Many, many years ago, 7 landscaping crew members were responsible for maintenance at Barney Schwartz Park alone. Today we have an 8-person crew responsible for maintaining all of our park spaces and trails. This includes all landscaping, rodent mitigation, weed control and abatement, sports field maintenance and renovations, and irrigation management using a largely manual and outdated system at 14 parks spanning 99.32 acres. In response to previous community feedback and City Council direction, 2 staff members are dedicated to maintaining the 43 acres of landscaping at Barney Schwartz Park 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. This includes renovating and maintaining the sports fields on a regular basis. In contrast, we have 2 staff members that serve on our in-town maintenance crew that are responsible for weekly routine maintenance at the 13 parks outside of Barney Schwartz Park. That equates to approximately 100, and actually I'm so sorry because I thought I had updated this slide. So we do have additional crew members. We have 1 full-time staff member that splits their time at all, overall 99 acres. And they largely perform irrigation responsibilities. So they go out and make repairs. If there's preventative maintenance, if we're making seasonal changes. We also have 2 additional staff members that spread their time across all of the parks and our trails, and they provide things like rodent mitigation, seasonal maintenance, anything that's not considered routine maintenance. So that actually even includes things like picking up carts along the Salinas Riverbed when we have debris out there. In total, when we look at the number of staff per acre, Barney Schwartz receives about 144% more maintenance than all of our other sites. This does not take into consideration the additional park and 8 miles of trail that we expect to maintain as part of the new Olson Chandler Ranch development. Given the recognized maintenance limitations, the city has relied on user group support to help maintain sports fields since about 2002. This partnership was formally recognized in 2016 when the city offered reduced field rental rates to organizations participating in the Youth Sports Council. While the Youth Sports Council continues to receive the reduced fees, participation in the group has declined. Today, most of the support for field maintenance comes from organizations that are not members of the Sports Council. This includes Paso Robles Youth Baseball that continues to provide all infield prep at Sherwood, Robbins, and Pioneer ball fields. Paso Robles Youth Soccer, who recently hosted a field day to fill holes at Sherwood Park. Surf Soccer, who is currently scheduling a field day at Sherwood. And Paso Robles Adult Softball that provides field prep for games at Barney Schwartz Park. While we have seen a decline in Youth Sports Council-led maintenance efforts, AYSO continues to assist with field striping and was responsible for providing the temporary lights at Sherwood earlier this year. I will note that our field reservation fees are low by industry standards. We have no fee associated with the use of lights, and the fees are the same regardless of field quality and amenities. This is currently being addressed in the city's fee study. With so many groups preferring Barney Schwartz Park, this year access to fields became even more challenging as the Barney Schwartz fields were closed 3 months early for restoration. Due to overuse and misuse during inclement weather by several groups, the fields were reduced to mud. In these photos, you can see some sort of straw that was introduced onto the field to absorb water during rain, and the condition the fields were left in after play in the rain. With extra maintenance, the fields have been restored, but to prevent this from happening again, city staff has updated the inclement weather policy to be more specific. We'll introduce rotating field closures throughout the coming season and closely monitor cross-play on fields, which has also been reported to cause premature wear. While these measures are needed, they will reduce access. There have been prior planning efforts to address the conditions and lack of lights at Sherwood. In 2019, the Sherwood Master Plan was adopted and would have resulted in the rebuilding of ball and soccer fields to include lights. Unfortunately, grant funding could not be secured to see the full vision forward, and advancements were made to move forward with pickleball and restroom features. When that happened, a significant floodplain issue was identified. This made the placement of key features throughout the plan unfeasible and will require a full re-envisioning of the plan as a whole. When talking about access to fields in our community, it's important to also consider school fields. The Paso Robles Joint Unified School District offers free use of school fields through its Community Connected Organization program. To use the fields, participating organizations must demonstrate that 80% of their participants are students of the district. Adult leagues do not qualify. Some of the challenges user groups have reported include lack of knowledge of the program, limited field time due to increased school activities after school, similar concerns regarding turf quality as compared to city fields, and again, access to lights. Despite these challenges, we have heard reports of successful partnerships. This year, the Paso Robles Girls Softball League invested about $15,000 making improvements at Winifred Pfeiffer Elementary School, and Surf Soccer and Paso Robles Youth Football continue to use their fields. Taking user group feedback, current conditions, and projects on the horizon into consideration, I have some long and short-term opportunities to share that can help us make significant strides towards better meeting the needs of our sports community. We'll start with our long-term opportunities. Larry Moore Park. Proceeds from the sale of Pioneer Park were allocated to fund a design development plan for Larry Moore Park. Using community input, 2 design concepts have been created, both incorporating youth sports fields. City staff are currently gathering additional feedback. We just held a community workshop earlier this month with plans to present the final concept to the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee and subsequently to City Council. At this time, the cost for improvements is still being determined and funding for construction has not been secured. If the final design increases the park's capacity, development impact fees can be used to fund a portion of that build out. It is recommended that the final design for Larry Moore Park be incorporated into a master park recreation facility and trails plan. Next is Beechwood Park. The Beechwood specific plan adopted in 2020 includes the creation of an 8-acre public park to be constructed by the developer. Community feedback informed updates to the final park concept, which has been endorsed by the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee. The updated design includes 3 lighted youth ball fields with 2 overlaid rectangular fields. The estimated cost to build the park will exceed the original 2021 development agreement estimate, and to proceed with the park as currently envisioned, the city and the developer will need to negotiate revised terms. Construction of this park will increase field capacity, and so that would make this project eligible for development impact fees, at least the city's share of fees. The long-term, or the final long-term solution I'd like to recommend is the development of a master park recreational facility and trails plan. The general plan was originally adopted in 2003. Since then, the only 2 elements that have not been updated are the Parks and Recreation element and the open space element. One of the key recommendations of the Parks element was to develop a master plan that would guide the development and maintenance and operation of park and recreational facilities through 2025. Here we are. We don't have a plan. The plan was never completed, And as a result, citywide recreational needs have not been fully identified or prioritized. Developing a plan and updating the general plan element is estimated to cost between $150,000 to $300,000, and it is not an eligible project for development impact fees. Moving on to short-term solutions that would have a significant impact on our youth sports community are improvements at Sherwood Park. Moving forward with these first two short-term opportunities would provide an immediate and viable alternative to the Sherwood Master Plan, which can no longer be implemented as conceived. So the first recommendation here is adding lighting at Sherwood Park. This would immediately increase access by up to 56 hours of play per week, and that's essentially a minimum if we consider how many nights a week we operate and how many hours and how many fields. There already are fields with lights at Sherwood, but not all fields have lights. We have 2 ball fields that are not lit and up to 3 potential soccer areas at Sherwood. If approved, we can bring this item back to council as part of the fiscal year 25-26 budget update. This project is very roughly estimated to cost between $1 and $1.5 million, but it is development impact fee eligible because it would be increasing our capacity. The second short-term recommendation is renovating the turf on the Sherwood fields to include the replacement of the outdated irrigation system and the turf. The project is roughly estimated to cost between $1 and $1.5 million, and if approved by City Council, this can also be brought back next month for the fiscal year 25-26 budget update. It's important to note that these estimates do not include additional improvements at Sherwood. We have the deteriorating tennis courts and basketball court. The parking lot is in need of attention, and we have several structures throughout the park that are aging and require attention. My hope is that this can be addressed in a master planning process. Lastly, I would like to recommend that the council adopt a policy position that supports the development of publicly accessible fields and green space at the former Georgia Brown campus. The district is undergoing strategic planning and is including the future of this campus in that process. If approved, staff will notify the school district and be in a position to voice the City Council's general direction in future discussions. There is no cost associated with this recommendation. All right, we're in the final inning, pun intended. To summarize our recommendations, staff is recommending tonight that council direct staff to explore implementation of short-term strategies to alleviate the immediate need to increase sports field capacity and address maintenance concerns, which may include installing field lighting and renovating field turf at Sherwood Park sports fields, and adopting a formal policy position encouraging the Paso Robles Joint Unified School District to incorporate publicly accessible youth sports fields as part of the future planning for the 36th Street campus. That council directs staff to implement long-term opportunities to meet the growing recreational needs of the community, which include advancing the plans to develop Larry Moore Park, Beechwood Park, and a master park recreational facility and trails plan. And lastly, that council directs staff to return to the City Council with all necessary items to facilitate this direction, including appropriate CEQA review for the aforementioned items. Currently, we have a balance of $3.6 million in development impact fees for our parks. Here's a chart that summarizes the recommendations tonight with dollar amounts. So just to reiterate, the Larry Moore Park project estimated cost is currently undetermined, and that would partially be eligible for development impact fee funding. Beechwood Park is undetermined at this time, but is eligible for development impact fee funding. The Master Park Recreational Facility and Trails Plan is estimated to cost between $150,000 and $300,000, and that is not eligible. Sports field lighting at Sherwood is very roughly estimated to be between $1 and $1.5 million and is eligible for development impact fee funding. And the sports field turf renovations at Sherwood are also roughly estimated to cost between $1 and $1.5 million and not eligible for development impact fee funding. I should mention that the development impact fees are collected from property developers to mitigate the impacts of population growth by funding the expansion of public infrastructure and services. Development impact fees are designated for projects that increase service capacity and are not intended to address deferred maintenance or repair of existing facilities. Eligible projects include a portion of Larry Moore Park, Beechwood Park, and the sports field lighting at Sherwood. And again, these are the recommendations. I would be happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you, Angelica. Questions of staff? Chris Beal?
Actually, could we come back to me? Could I reserve the right to ask questions
Okay,
after we
sure.
go for you?
On this side, Councilman Gregor?
So Angelica, I have a couple questions, mostly on timing. So your primary recommendation is to put the lighting in at Sherwood and fix the fields at Sherwood.
Correct.
That's the most immediate. So we could consider that as a council at the next budget meeting in June, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then the only difficulty with that is on the fields themselves, they're not eligible for the impact fees, correct?
Correct.
All right. But the other parks you mentioned are, so like Larry Moore.
A portion of Larry Moore would be anything that expands capacity, and then Beechwood would be a completely new project, so that is eligible.
Okay. Then I have one technical question for Warren. So Warren, what's the expected amount of increase in this impact fee with the development going on the east side?
We can check on those numbers. Some of those are credited back, like on the Beechwood project.
Right.
It probably don't actually contribute any new fees because all their fees go into the park. But we can try to get that number for you.
Very good. Thank you, Angelica. Nice presentation.
Yes, sir.
Chris Bausch?
I am extremely impressed. When parents started coming to Parks and Recreation meeting and started the nexus of what you presented here tonight, I had no idea that you would be able to do such a comprehensive job and move this quickly. So just thank you very, very much.
Thank you, sir.
I like the idea about the lights. I think that came through several times, that the lights at Sherwood Park would be most impactful and would have the most cost benefit as far as getting that done as quickly. And I agree with Councilmember Gregory that we really should bring that back in June and try to get that done as quickly. If there's any way to start planning that ahead of time so we can try to get that going quicker, that would be, I don't know if that's possible, but I'll throw that out there. I see a lot of the parents that have talked about this in the room tonight. So thank you for showing up. Thank you to the students and the athletes that came out to inspire us to do something long overdue. So I hope we can keep this momentum going. I think we're going to have to find the money. That's going to be a challenge. We'll do it. We'll make it happen. Paso has done this in the past. So thank you for your leadership. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Beal? Ready? Or Fred? So you're up, Beal. Yeah.
I normally would have some questions, but you answered them all, so thank you. Yes, thank you for your thoroughness in putting this together. I appreciate that it looks at short-term and long-term different options in terms of funding sources. As you know, one of the top things that I heard about in the community was the need for the city to provide places and spaces for youth.
Yeah.
And certainly playing fields are one form of that. And I can just tell you that this makes my heart smile to see this room filled with our families and our kids. Having adequate park space is important for our quality of life. It keeps us active. It keeps us outside. It's something that we can do. So I appreciate the importance of this. I'm glad everybody showed up. I know that just as a little info for the community, we are having conversations, and we have a committee set up with the school district to be having these conversations about removing some of the friction points with the district. I think there's some opportunities there. But again, we've sort of gotten to this point. It was probably a slow kind of deterioration in terms of like the facilities and the scale of facilities and also maintenance. But I appreciate that you brought up both things, the need for us to be kind of paying attention to those. And, you know, I mean, these facilities and these programs, they make life better for our residents, for our families, for our kids, that make this such a great place to live. And, you know, I'm certainly committed to making sure we invest in our families here. So thanks.
Councilman Strong.
Yes, thank you. And of course, most of these facilities are in my district. So I've been already following a lot of this. I mean, I go past Sherwood, or through Sherwood almost every day, more than once a day. So I'm really watching what's happening there. And I understand your problems and why you're making the adjustments you're making. That just makes good sense because we can't impact our water or our drainage. Those are very important things that everybody needs just for life. Beyond that, though, my only question is how long would it take you to do this whole master plan, number one? And number two, how much of this can we move forward with more quickly? Because I'm sure that that's going to take at least a year to 2 years versus an immediate need right here for a lot of this.
So I would probably have to refer to Frida Berman, who is not in the room, regarding how long it would take to put in lights and to repair the fields. From colleagues from other cities that have undergone general plan updates and master planning for parks, it's about a year of really intense community feedback. What we would be able to do is look at recreational needs throughout our community as a whole and develop a long-term 20-year plan in order to make sure that we're hearing all the voices. So it really is about a year of public feedback.
Well, I understand that, but I also see so many young people here and organizations represented that are willing to help and willing to actually do things. And I'm sure with their help, we can expedite some of this. And so I'm hoping that maybe you can do that. Or is that a possibility?
I will not make the kids put light poles up, but we can see what we can do.
All right, thank you.
And I should have mentioned, although Sherwood was the least preferred facility, I would say it's the second most used facility behind Barney Schwartz Park. It is a busy, busy park.
Yes, and it needs a lot of work, but they're already doing a lot of work in it.
Yeah.
The Gophers, that's a whole different problem.
Gophers.
So, Angelica, my questions are kind of twofold, but essentially what I see is that there's some low-hanging fruit that we can do with money that we may have available now.
Right.
But I want to ask you, and I'm looking out further with regard to like the bond that is going to be coming up in 2027. I think the D28, I think that's the number. I'm not sure, Ryan, which one. The one that is going to sunset. And we built, you know, the fire station, we bought the police station, the seniors, all those buildings with that money is going to now be sunsetted where it's coming off the tax rolls. What I would like to see is that we could develop in between here and in that time period a project's timeline schedule with what we want to do and accomplish. In other words, I'm talking with Beechwood, I'm talking with Larry Moore. I mean, it would be very costly, but on the other hand, I think the public would certainly be behind, you know, that kind of funding to be able to have more fields. I saw right there, just in those two, we have 5 more diamonds that we could use and program, plus all the soccer fields and everything, and lights as well, which we can use at night. I mean, that's critical, I think, in our region because we're so hot during the summer. And we could have much more capacity if we could do the night part of it. So that's the part that I'd like to try to task staff to do, is to come up with a plan that we can be shovel ready, so to speak, with engineering and everything, what we want to do, but we need to have it, be able to fund it somehow. So I'm not sure, Chris, maybe you can weigh in here too, and Ryan, but that's my vision, that, you know, we could think big, have a plan, and all these kids are going to be able to have, you know, something in the future that they can count on.
Mr. Mayor, I see that Frida's back in the room.
Yeah, okay, hang on.
So maybe I could get that question answered.
Okay.
That's
all
Mayor, what I would say is maybe echo what Ms. Fortin said, is that the master planning process is really the start of that discussion. It really identifies what the needs are in our park system and starts to frame out prioritization of those projects and needs. And then from there, I think we can then move into what is real in terms of what we can get done in a defined period of time, whether that be through a potential measure that the council would want to consider, other funding sources. It would be that we would have a pivot point at that time and then figure out how to tackle what those now priority list of projects and items are. That master planning process, though, really takes that comprehensive look, and that's just something we haven't had in the past. And so I think that's why staff is strongly recommending that, because that gives us a citywide blueprint and gets us this real intensive feedback that we just haven't had previously.
Yeah, the city manager and I have been talking about having some sort of workshop somewhere where we can get information in front of everybody and get a direction for staff and which way we want to go. But yeah, there's a lot there, Angelica, but my vision here is to try to plan and project way out, not just short term.
Absolutely, and that's my hope too. When it comes to grant funding for park spaces, it's extremely limited and sometimes I would say even rare. But if we don't have a plan, then it makes it that much more difficult to apply for funding. So if we have a well-conceived, thought-out plan regarding how we want to address our green spaces throughout the city, it makes us that much more competitive.
Very good. And I don't know if you want to put Frida up on.
Frida, while you were
Yeah, your name was called a little while ago, Frida. So.
That's how quickly we can get lights and renovated fields.
Yeah, how quickly could we do the real needed stuff at Sherwood on the lighting and the turf?
I don't have positive news in that regard, actually. Any lights would have to be engineered. So that requires finding a consultant, getting the plans designed, having the plans approved, and then actually sourcing the poles, which, as you well are aware, with supply chain issues takes a while. So I would say it would be, I don't want to be held to this, obviously, but I think it'd be about a year.
About a year? Okay. Better than longer. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Councilman Gregory.
So
Frida.
this is an Angelica and Frida question.
Okay.
So I think the master plan is a really good idea, but I think that we should do is fold the needed improvements right away for, this is a question more than a statement, but so we can get the lighting and the fields done at Sherwood, get those started ahead of time as a sublet of the master plan so we can get moving on the fields. I think that's
Agreed. It's just we have to think about how the fields are going to be designed and how we are lighting the fields, because there are lighting standards for sports fields. And so we have to design the layout of Sherwood Park before we can design the lighting of the fields.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any more questions from council? Okay, we'll go ahead and open it up then to the public. Anybody wishing to address this item, please come forward. Sir?
Hello, my name is Michael Honorud, resident here in town, past pastoral youth baseball president, really involved in the community, 10-year-old boy, 4-year-old girl. And I know there's a lot of people here today, and I just wanted to kind of stand up first to say there's a lot of people who aren't here yet. But we're willing as a community to fill the whole parking lot because there's a lot of kids who want to get involved, a lot of parents. And a couple of things that stood out for me was want to show appreciation to all of you because it seems like everybody's on board with this. And so thank you for that. One thing that sticks in my head is that 2003 was when we started the master plan. When I was going through president, we were trying to make progress on lighting, and there was so many hurdles that it kind of just died. And it gets so, it kind of drowns us a little bit from feeling inspired to make things happen when we hit so many roadblocks. So if we can kind of keep this energy up and going and respect to the master plan and engineering of lights, that all makes sense. But if we can make some progress happen, because as you said, Mayor, Sherwood Park is low-hanging fruit. It's a fantastic field. And one of the things that really makes it awesome about Sherwood is that it's a community when baseball is going on. As an example, soccer, football is the same thing. but you could like kind of stick all the kids in all these different baseball fields and school fields, but it's not the same because the little kids don't get to look up to the big kids, and there's no progression. And Sherwood Park is so fun because you can be playing t-ball and look at the 12U field, and the t-ballers get all inspired. They go to the snack bar, and it's a whole day. When these get kind of stuck at Larry Moore, and there's only one little field going, it's just not the same energy. So really just want to say thank you for kind of hearing us all tonight and showing support. And I think the whole community is here to stand up and help however we need it. So however we can get this energy going, you know, I think we're all behind you. So thank you very much for your support on it.
Thank you. We want to make it happen too. Welcome, young lady.
Good evening, everyone. I am extremely grateful for the opportunity to be here and express my thoughts on this important matter. My name is Kaylin Butterfield. I am a player on Central Coast Surf G11 Elite, and I'd like to increase the urgency on our city's need for new and or improved soccer fields in Paso Robles. As someone who has played soccer for most of my life, I'm not quite sure how I imagined my life without it. Through soccer, I've gained some of my closest friends and created strong bonds with an abundance of people. To add on, soccer has been a great learning experience that has helped me build positive habits and learn life skills and lessons. Some skills of mine that have improved through soccer include time management, hard work, coachability, and dedication. In my life, I consider soccer as the time I get to improve my skills, exercise my mind and body, and escape from my thoughts and feelings. Soccer has been probably the most stable thing in my life. It's something I look forward to constantly. Moreover, I have easily noticed the increasing number of new soccer players and teams. This has also caused an increasing demand for field space in Paso Robles. For my team, whenever there is a lack of field space in Paso, we end up having to drive to Arroyo Grande or Santa Maria to have a field with sufficient space for our needs. I typically don't look forward to these 45-minute to an hour-long drives, as they can take away from more productive things I could be doing, such as family bonding or homework. Also, with more fields, more people will be able to enjoy the benefits of soccer or all the different events that can be used by the field space. Because of this, I vehemently urge you to take into more consideration our city's need for more youth sports fields and facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Kamaya Wagner, and I play for Central Coast Surf G11 Elite DPL. I am here today to advocate for my team. Soccer has impacted my life dramatically in these past few years, and I think that for all of us, it has become something that makes us happy and helps us build as teammates and also as friends as we continue to play together. It is a beautiful thing how positively a sport can affect your mindset, help you to be confident, and to believe in yourself. Through the good and bad times, it is good to believe in your teammates as well. Playing together consistently has taught us trust, discipline, and teamwork skills. I have learned how to communicate with the people around me and problem solve. My team and I work together to build and grow our relationships to build a sense of unity and support that is always there when we need it. I believe that club sports having appropriate practicing space is extremely important and crucial to the success of those who want a life on the soccer field and who truly love to play. Our team has shown that we can be the best versions of ourselves with consistent practice time and space. Field space directly influences the development of teams, the quality of training, and helps ensure our safety. Crowded space areas can prevent the team from consistently getting better, and if we do not have enough space available for drills that are helpful to the team's success, it can be unsafe and lead to injuries. Youth sports can be affected by the amount of field space given and whether teams play better or worse. If we have to fight for field space, it is difficult for us to thrive and grow as a team and grow individually so that we are always getting better and striving to be the best versions of ourselves as athletes. Personally, the issues with field space and time are not ideal because if it continues to happen, it will be difficult to grow as a player. And if we do not have the time and field space to practice, it will affect how the team plays together. In the future, I hope that youth sports are taken seriously enough to consider putting a new sporting complex or adding on to the Sherwood Sports Complex with turf fields in Paso Robles. By doing this, we can eliminate lack of field space and prove the importance of youth sports like soccer. I feel that kids who have a dream to play this sport should be encouraged to fight for it like I have decided to do today. A sporting complex with turf fields can not only improve the quality of practices, but it can help to build youth sports. I hope that the frustration being created from this problem can be converted into motivation for change. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Hang on. One thing I'd like to, if we can with the kids, one thing we like to do, sometimes when we clap, we kind of disrupt the meeting a little bit, but I love to see moose antlers. So instead of clapping, everybody does this. We're going to get the message of what you're trying to say. So please continue, ma'am. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Olivia Lopez, and I play on the Central Coast Soccer G11 Elite Team. I'm here to advocate for my team. To me, soccer is life. My team has become my family, and soccer has become part of my identity. Soccer has provided me with confidence, a training, perseverance, collaboration, and the ability to overcome challenges both mentally and physically on and off the pitch. I know I can speak for my teammates when I say every girl comes prepared with dedication and thirst for knowledge and practical gameplay for development. Therefore, it is increasingly challenging to engage in our new guidance when we cannot consistently practice in a common setting with expected field place. At present, practices are either late at night or inconsistently times of the week, which limits to competitive standard which we seek, and we cannot fail into concert patterns. We long to improve, however, it seems more challenging to maintain consistent field usage as there are many girls, just like my teammates and I, throughout the club who share the same passion. We're requiring the board to ensure improved practice expectations with fair, dedicated field space becoming the commitment and dedication already existing with only take our justified responsibility of this incredible club to new heights. Thank you for your time and the ability to consider nutrition or experience faculty growth towards a unified future. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. Hello, council members, mayor, staff, and fellow constituents. My name is Caitlin Perini, and I've spoken to you before on behalf of Paso Robles Youth Baseball, but tonight I'm here as a mother of 3 children who currently play on 5 different teams. I know what you're thinking, and the answer is yes, we are crazy. And yes, you can find me at a field every day. I want to thank Angelica for her thoughtful and thorough presentation. It makes me so hopeful that this being presented at a city council meeting and being given the chance to voice our opinions is happening. I'd like to give you a brief recap of how my family has used the fields in the last week. Last night, I watched my son's semifinal PRYB rec baseball game at Bynum Field. They came up a little short, but they will be playing for 3rd place tomorrow evening. He will then be representing Paso Robles this weekend with his club team, the Mustangs, in Camarillo, where they will compete against 25 other teams in his age group alone. My daughter has 2 baseball practices this week at Sherwood, with an all-league game on Thursday competing with 21 other kids from 11 teams in her division, which is 6 and under. This is my daughter. My oldest son's club team, the Cal Coast Blues, just competed in a tournament at Barney Schwartz with teams from all over the Central Valley, Monterey County, and several local club teams. I'm happy to report that those 9 kids from Paso Robles won the championship for their age group. He also played AYSO Soccer All-Stars this past winter, and their team stayed together to play indoor soccer. They wrapped up their season a week ago and won 2nd place in their division. My children aren't the only field users, though. My husband had a men's slow-pitch softball game at Barney Schwartz on Monday also. As you can see, there are so many ways that the fields are utilized by families in our town. We're so lucky to have so many opportunities for our children to participate in sports, whether it's local recreational leagues or club teams that represents Paso on a much larger scale. Did you know that there are kids from Paso that have traveled to Nevada, Arizona, Texas, Florida, and Georgia for baseball? Kids from our town. There are 3 local teams that are going to Cooperstown this summer to compete with teams from around the world. Many of these club teams are the most affected by the field shortages as they get pushed out during rec seasons. More facilities and updated facilities will provide enough space for all Paso kids to play on and safely. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Keep walking.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for having us and thank you for hearing us. I kind of had a speech prepared, but I think my girls did an excellent job of kind of expressing our feelings, and Kaylin did an awesome job also expressing of the need of more field face. So I'm here just to kind of provide some personal experience. I coached the G11 team for Central Coast Surf Soccer. We are a very competitive team. We practice year round. We take very few breaks, and we're very dedicated. Besides soccer, we teach perseverance, determination, and most importantly, self-confidence, which I think you guys could see based on how the girls talked today. One of the things I wanted to say, we took 2 weeks off during Christmas break. We came back. We're having a practice, simple practice drill, passing. I see the ball being passed. The ball's not going where it's supposed to be. I'm like, what's going on? So I get in there, I try to get the ball received. I thought we had forgotten how to pass after 2 week break, but we didn't. Unfortunately, we were practicing at Sherwood Park. It was very difficult due to the condition of the field. The field is very bumpy. When you make a simple pass, the ball bounces. It's difficult to trap. It's difficult to give an accurate pass. And it also increases the risk for injury. On the way here, I was talking to one of the other coaches. His daughter, who he coaches, rolled her ankle on one of these potholes and was out for 3 weeks. So he sent me a picture. This is a soccer ball. I don't think you guys can see it, but it's basically a soccer ball in a pothole, and it fits half the soccer ball. So this is where she rolled her ankle and ended up getting injured and being out for 3 weeks. Due to this, our team decided to basically travel to Santa Maria and travel to Arroyo Grande for 2.5 months. And it was very difficult. I'm a volunteer coach, as is most of our coaches here and most of our staff. They're all volunteers. We do it for the community. We do it for the players. And we're really, really hoping that this momentum continues to grow, that you guys continue to provide support for not just soccer, but for all the organizations. Like Caitlin mentioned, youth sports bring opportunities. It brings opportunities for scholarships to college. We've had players. My own daughter has the opportunity to play in Ireland through soccer. She'll be playing in Spain in November. And these girls want to be here. They want to get better. They want to become better human beings. We can't do it unless we have the ability to practice on fields that are adequate enough. So again, thank you guys so much for listening to our stories, and I hope you guys continue to keep this momentum going and provide our city or our youth with more sports or more fields. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. I actually came here today to say enough on the parks, spending money, millions of dollars on so many different types of parks until their gang of children came in here tonight. So I can't say that. But what I want to say to the council and to the staff, please treat these children with the same urgency you did with pickleball court. Seriously. I don't see it in you guys. It seems like you don't care. But these children are sitting here past their dinner, past their homework, with their moms and dads saying to you, us first. Okay, it's that simple. You say you want to invest in the future of the children, but how are you going to do that when you're catering to the adults in this city for pickleball courts? I mean, you could say, Frida, it's a $3 million project, but I remember $4 million being unencumbered. That needs to be paid for. So why not take that $3 million and fix their park? Why not put up horrible lights? They have already done, they said to you, on their own will. Give them a shovel. I'm sure they'll fill up the potholes for you guys. But that concerns me hearing this gentleman's testimony. If they keep getting hurt, what is the liability to the city? So I urge you guys to to use the same urgency and put them first. It sounds like the parents have been trying to do this on their own. That's not okay. We got a new city manager. I'm always going to gloat over that. And I hope that he guides everybody and the staff into what is a priority here. I think it's the children and the people who live here, not the tourists, and all the people you want to cater to and make Chief Nord and his police department pull over people with DUIs that exceed the regular limit. Are we going to cater to the adults in this town or the kids? And I say the kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Larry Werner. Just the presence of all these kids here, it tells me, and I know how important youth sports are to our culture and our community. It's an incredible thing, and one of the speakers mentioned it early in the piece, and that is the friendships that grow from youth sports. My grandson plays soccer in Arroyo Grande. And he absolutely loves it. And I have seen him evolve into this relationships with all these other kids that has really helped his life and encouraged him. And he loves to play soccer. And so I really support the strategies that are proposed here tonight. And I think especially at the Sherwood Park lights, and I know it's going to take some engineering to do that, but you've got something there already. I went by there the other day, and that parking lot in the front was packed. I mean, I couldn't believe it. And so the pickleball complex will be able to provide more parking, which will help. It will also provide restrooms and some seating. So it's a complementary structure that I think will help the whole community. And maybe we can even get some of the kids to come out and play pickleball. And you'll love it. Anyway, bottom line too is we need a plan. I mean, can't believe this 22 years since we had that master plan. So I encourage you to support the staff recommendations.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you very much.
Good evening,
Welcome.
council members.
Yes.
I have some numbers to share. My name is John Perini. I volunteer on the executive board for Paso Robles Youth Baseball. I've been volunteering with PRYB for the last 4 years. We appreciate the rec department who have been so helpful this year with our desires to upgrade the fields. PRYB has over 500 kids playing this spring season on 46 teams, with kids ranging in age from 3 to 14 years old. Practice times had to be cut this year due to the demand of the fields, and we have young kids practicing as late as 8 p.m. This is like 7 and 8-year-olds. There are approximately 150 volunteer coaches, team parents, and board members who have spent over 10,000 cumulative hours coaching, prepping fields, and planning to make sure that every kid has a fun and safe experience. PRYB has spent over $24,000 this year updating the facilities at Sherwood, repainting the backstop and dugouts at Bynum, repainting the snack bar, installing flag poles on every field, and installing a permanent fence on Hernandez Field. While we enjoy taking care of the fields and giving our kids the best possible conditions to play on, it's tough on volunteers to work on our fields this much, and it's costly to our organization. We humbly are asking you to support the projects that increase our quality of fields and provide more access for our local youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff, welcome. I think somebody hit the lights back there in the corner. There you go. Jeff, go ahead. Yeah.
Hello, council members and Mayor Hammond. Before I get started, I'd like to thank Angelica for the wonderful presentation. My name is Jeff Smith. I have been involved in Paso Robles youth sports for over 20 years, not including my years of playing in these organizations as a kid growing up here in Paso. I started off coaching my now grown children and currently coach my nephew in Paso Robles Youth Baseball. I also volunteer on the executive board for Paso Robles Youth Baseball. I have recently repainted the backstops and announcer's booth at Bynum, and the snack bar at Sherwood. It actually was my third time doing this over the years, and I've painted Pioneer twice over the years. I wholeheartedly believe in the benefits of youth sports. I have seen so many kids go through Pastoral Rebels Youth Baseball and other local organizations that move on to high school and beyond. With one of my past kids that I coached who recently signed with the Dodgers, I have watched the quality of the fields decline over the years, but I am encouraged by the thought of new fields coming online and improvements to current fields in the works. I know the rec department has some great ideas, and I am hopeful that the city council will support them and the needs of the community. We need more fields. Thank you guys for your time and consideration.
Jeff, hang on. I wanted to thank you personally with your help that you've done, Jeff Smith Painting, with regard to all the painting you've done over the years, and especially this last season there at Bynum. That was very well done. Beautiful work. And also that you picked up my opening pitch out of the dirt.
I was like, I got to get up and get this.
There you go. All right. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, guys.
Welcome.
Hello. Well, my name is Juan Jimenez, and I'm a little nervous, but it takes somebody to speak up instead of just showing up. So I'm team manager of the 09 boys, and I'm here to speak for my teens because these are 16-year-olds now. Since they were little, my goal has always been to keep them together so they become family and keep an eye on each other from taking the wrong direction, which they've been together for about 7 years and still going. The issue is really no place for teens or young teens to do around Paso. There's plenty of breweries, plenty of wineries, but there is no more bowling alley. There is no more skate more at the Mid-State Fair. Where are these boys supposed to do, or all these kids supposed to do? Tag your walls? Trash your city? That's what they're gonna do if they don't got anywhere to go, and that's what they're asking for. For that, I think Barney should be prioritized for youth instead of adults, because adults terrorize the fields a lot quicker. As they can play on any other field that they, with holes or no holes, they just want to play and have some beers. Some of these teams are also using Fields and Slow, which is taking Paso Mini to another city where you guys can use it. And if it's about making more money, you guys don't know how much money you could make if we had nice fields, as we play thousands in tournaments where we are visitors in some other city. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Good evening, Dale Augustin. Short story. Some time ago, I attended a program put on by the state parks over at Hearst Castle. Well, it was a lot of fun going through the castle, but what I learned was more important. One of the things that stood out was communities that have a really good youth recreation programs and sports programs have far less crime than those that don't. And so this is really a great alternative to kids that don't have anything to do. Give them the facilities to be active in sports. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. Anyone else? Yeah, Sharon?
Sharon Roden. I'm on the Planning Commission, but I'm speaking now as a private citizen. I, for one, am not surprised by the abilities of Ms. Fortin. While serving on the council, I was a liaison along with Councilman Bausch on the Parks and Rec Committee. Just like the rest of our staff, they don't show up for work, they show up to work. Innovative, forward-thinking, and they remove their ego from their decisions making and trying to provide ideas best serving our whole community. We all have special interests, Some of us like to play softball, some of us baseball, some of us soccer, basketball, pickleball, tennis, basketball, you name it, skateboard. Everybody has a particular interest, but as we can see, we can't do it all very quickly. And that's where it helps to have a community involved. And you have a Parks and Rec that want to provide the best for the community. The Sherwood project is more than a pickleball court. I think Mr. Warner talked to that. It's a new bathroom. It's expanded the parking and barbecue areas for families to collect, all of which is a large portion of the Sherwood project, along with the pickleball courts. It serves the whole community, and I played softball there 30 years ago. The bathrooms were bad then. There was no parking then. This has been, Councilmember Beal's shaking her head. She knows exactly what I'm talking about. This is way overdue, and please don't think of it as just a pickleball area. This bathroom, which is very much needed out there for the real abundant use of that area, is really important. And the parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Matt Ham. I'm the coach of the boys 09 surf team that practices here in Paso. I've been affiliated with soccer for a long time. Started back in ASO when my kids were 6 and under. Now they're 16 and 14. When I started coaching back then, everyone volunteered, and we practiced a lot at the schools. There was Barney Schwartz had a lot of field space for club fields. The club teams and the school provided a lot of space for the AYSO teams because the seasons are at the same time. Now it seems the clubs and the AYSO practice on the same fields in Barney, and we don't have the school fields. I remember we would spend a day, I'd pull a trailer full of dirt around to the schools, filling potholes. I'm not sure what happened there. I know COVID changed a lot, but I recognize a lot of these faces in this room from when they were little kids. It's good to see them all still playing this game. That's really, really good for them. I think a little more thought needs to go into what we can do to provide these kids more space and more places to play. Also with baseball is a huge thing. Sherwood's full of baseball players and Barney's full of baseball players, and it's great to see all these kids out there doing something good for this community rather than out on the streets causing problems. And I believe if we provide more space, we'll provide more opportunities for kids to be out here enjoying good times and doing good things rather than just running around the town. So in conclusion, I would appreciate more quality fields. And as the gentleman said earlier, we do travel very far and we pay a lot of money to play in tournaments at quality fields. And I think Paso being Central California, we could really do something if we had a great event venue for youth sports to play. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Well, one more?
Yeah, I'm asked to come up.
All right, come on up.
Good
Welcome.
evening. Thank you for your dedication to our community. There's a lot of us. I've coached around here for a long time. I'm Christy Erique is my name. Real fast. We can sit here and discuss this. You've heard the numbers. Our kids are traveling out of town. So those are the main topics. They shouldn't have to travel out of town. They should be able to play right here at our house in our hometown. Okay, so that's number one. The second is we're taking too long to transition these parks and recs and et cetera. There's so much. We need to shorten the time on, hey, let's getting people out there and getting things done because they're growing and we want them to stay here in our area. We want them to live here, make money here. And these sports, as we know, you've heard all the stories, they make money. So if we turn it around and we can start making money here in our community for our people, visitors and all, that consistent, it goes across the board. Just doesn't have to be beer and wine. Other things can bring a lot more money in. So if you could dedicate that, making it happen a lot faster, that would be appreciative. And then what parks are you going to dedicate? School-wise, I've worked at the schools, I've coached at the schools. They're just as bad. The fields are horrible. Kids are hurt all the time. Holes in all of these fields. And like someone else said, I'm sure if you got barrels of dirt, people would come out and help in our community. We're not a lack of workers here. So, and we would appreciate if you just hurry up and dedicate it a little faster. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay, anyone else? Anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay, bring it back to council for discussion. Mr. Mayor? Mr. Strong?
Yeah, I want to say how totally heartfelt this is. You have no idea what this means to me. In 1982, I started the youth soccer program in Paso Robles for the first time. I affiliated us with ASO, and I bought all the equipment originally, the nets, all the balls, everything we needed, and organized the teams. And I never even dreamed it'd grow this big. But you can't know how much this means to me. Very good. And there's nothing I wouldn't do to support this program, as well as the youth baseball. You know, we all think of wine as the thing for Paso Robles, and in the tourism industry, that's what gets the publicity. But there are millions of people who know Paso Robles for sports. And that's shown by how many of our people wind up in the major leagues like the Dodgers or other teams. So keep going, kids. You'll get there too. Thank you.
Pro Tem Gregory.
So I want everybody to know that we've already started construction on the bathrooms and the parking area for Sherwood Park for the fields. I don't know, Angelica, would you tell, or Frida, tell us where we're at? That was started to help the pickleball courts, but it's also facilitating the fields. So our improvement structure is going to be the fields being repaired and lighting. The bathrooms and the parking are already going to be done, and they're under construction right now. So the money we're spending on the pickleball courts is really going towards the entire Sherwood field. So that's really good news because it started. We don't have to plan it, don't engineer it. They're coming and under construction.
Yeah, I think Frida said February of next year.
26, those bathrooms and parking lot will be in place. And then we'll leave up the rest up to Angelica how to get it done faster. So can I continue? So, so Angelica, what we're seeing here tonight is that we need the fields as soon as possible, and no pressure. You can pass that off to Frida. So I understand the engineering predominantly is probably in the lighting and the fields, but if there's a way we could do this as part of I want to prioritize it so we could get the fields as soon as possible. So we got turf and lighting, and do that as quickly as we can, come back to the council, get a special design firm or whatever, just to get it started, and then move into the master plan.
Is that a motion?
I can make that a motion if that's acceptable.
Mr. Mayor, I'll second that motion, especially because I also spent 10 years as a FIFA referee all the way up to the college level. And I appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
So as part of that motion, though, I think on directing staff, your idea is good where we get the short-term Sherwood issue solved first, and then we move into the master planning. And I don't know what else I need to say to.
I'll agree with that. Well, yeah, if we want to adopt what we have in front of us as far as recommendations.
The staff recommendation.
Exactly.
Is that number two? So we have a motion and a second.
Right. So let's just do Sherwood by itself to prioritize, and then I'll approve the rest.
Okay, so the motion for item 1 then is to direct staff to explore implementation of short-term strategies We have a motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Any discussion? Okay, we'll go ahead and call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Submit. And I'm pretty sure Mayor Hammond will be driving a tractor to help out. And then I would follow the recommendations made by staff for item 1, to direct staff to explore the implementation of field capacity and get that started and do the school interface. So item 1.
We did item 1 already.
We just did that.
We did that. Now item 2.
Yeah, we're on item 2.
We're down at 2 now.
Move to direct staff to implement long-term opportunities to meet the growing recreational needs of the community, which includes advancing the plans to develop Larry Moore Park, Beechwood Park, and a master park, recreational facility, and trails plan.
Second.
Okay, motion by Beal, second by Strong. Discussion? All right, we'll call for the question.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
And go ahead, Pro Tem Gregory. You bet.
And direct staff to return to City Council with all necessary items to facilitate this direction, including appropriate CEQA review and aforementioned items for both 1 and 2.
Second.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Discussion? All right, call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Okay.
Aye.
Motion passes
All
unanimously.
right, we're on our way.
To all the athletes that got up there to speak, I know it takes a lot of time, so
Thank you
courage. So thank you for coming tonight. All right, we're going to have a 10-minute recess.
So you know what?
Okay, we'll reconvene, and we are now currently at the queue, public hearings. We'll open up public hearings. The first item is going to be introduced for first reading. The title-only amendment to El Paso de Robles Municipal Code 16.04.010, Fire Hazards and Safety Severity Zone. Looks like Paul, Patty, you have the item?
Members and city staff. Before you tonight are the required adoption of the CAL FIRE local LRA map and a recommended amendment to Chapter 16.04.010 of the Paso Robles Municipal Code. The proposed amendment involves the incorporation of updated fire hazard mapping by CAL FIRE, specifically the adoption of the Fire Hazard Severity Zone map for the city of Paso Robles. This action is in response to state mandates requiring cities to adopt the most current fire hazard severity zone designations to enhance fire safety planning, building code enforcement, and community risk mitigation. The Fire Hazard Severity Zone local responsibility area map classifies areas within city limits by their relative risk of wildfire, categorizing them into moderate, high, or very high fire hazard severity zones. These classifications are based on topography, vegetation, climate patterns, and fire history. Adoption of the fire hazard severity zones maps ensures that development standards and building regulations, particularly those affecting ignition-resistant construction and defensible space, are aligned with CAL FIRE's latest data and projections. This amendment is administrative in nature and does not impose new land use restrictions or have a financial impact with current building and fire codes. However, properties within designated zones may become subject to specific building code requirements such as Chapter 7A of the California Building Code and vegetation management standards in the future. Prior to this meeting, the city conducted public outreach consistent with statutory noticing requirements, and property owners in newly designated or reclassified zones were informed of the potential implications. Tonight, we ask for the adoption of the updated Fire Hazard Severity Zone local responsibility area map and amending Chapter 16.04.010 of the Municipal Code to comply with state wildfire mitigation policies. Are there any questions?
Okay. Thank you, Paul. Questions of Paul, Patty? Okay. I do. So basically, this is going to be essentially changing the building code on how anything new that's going to be built or remodeled would then have to be handled.
So yes and no, there's a potential for that. So we've already adopted the Chapter 7A of the California Building Code. So we already have that within the city. That's one of the 3 requirements that the state is mandating us to do. The other 2 are holding the forums and having an ordinance, and then also having a fire hazard disclosure with the real estate sales. So we've already adopted the Chapter 7A, and what those requirements are for the very high fire severity zones within the local responsibility area, but we have none of those. So we have high, moderate, and unrated in the city of Paso Robles. What we're anticipating is the potential of this being a code adoption year. It's a 3-year cycle for the building and fire codes, that we potentially will see a change to that in the 2025 California Building Code, to where they have Chapter 7A include high and very high. This morning, we received a document that's kind of a draft. It's preliminary, and it potentially is not going to be doing that. And it only have high and very high in the state responsibility areas and the county LRA areas. But this is very, very preliminary. So when I say that it's a potential right now, but it's not going to affect any of our current home building or anybody that's selling a home, other than having to have that hazard disclosure document.
So the way I looked at that line that was drawn, especially over where I live on the west side, seems like it's pretty arbitrary. I mean, did we have anything to say about where they actually made the high and very moderate lines land?
So a couple of years ago, we had the state responsibility map that came out. It was in a draft form, but it was going to be published. Paso Robles was very proactive with our fire chief, Jonathan Stornetta. He had a campaign where he put forth to be able to question where this information was coming from the state. So we were, in a sense, a tip of the spear with that. We had letters, we had public comment periods, and we submitted documents to the state fire marshal's office to be able to challenge some of the ratings that they had. They were showing that the outskirts on the west side of town were very high, but yet those were vineyards and disc fields and no fire history over the 150 years. No fire history, significant fire history. And so we challenged that at the state level, and then other cities jumped on board too, and they started challenging some areas, and they found like there were lakes, which in the center of the lake, the state was showing that there was a very high fire hazard severity zone.
Right.
The location of the Tubbs fire a couple years prior to that had devastated the city. They had shown on the new map that was moderate, yet they had multiple destroyed structures within a fire that occurred there. And so at the state level, they took a look at it. They paused having those maps come out, and they redid some of them. And so it did change our area on the outskirts of town of Paso Robles for the state responsibility area from very high to a high. Unfortunately, with that was when they came out with the LRA maps, they said, okay, well, you kind of had your one and done for the state in a sense, because they mandated through government code that we are not allowed to challenge it in any way. We were to accept the maps as they came. So we had to have public hearings, not a public hearing, a public forum to be able to let the public know that this was here, but we really don't have any thing that we can do about it other than we can say as a city we're not going to adopt it.
Right.
But I'm sure that there's legal ramifications with that.
Right. Okay. That's all I had. Any other questions? Yeah. Councilmember.
Remind me what the frequency is of these redoing these assessments?
Okay, so yes, so this is the first time that the cities have been required to adopt a local responsibility area, and that's why there's a code amendment proposed tonight for the ordinance, because our last map was in 1976, and that was just a map that was, we can't even find what the basis was for the use of that map, how it was developed, but it's in our code. So the state last did their state responsibility map, state responsibility area maps in 2007. So it's been 18 years since they did theirs. With that, they're saying that it's going to be a 2 to 3 year cycle of when these maps get redone. We don't know, because we went from 2007 to now, and then we're for the first time accepting a LRA map for the city. So I don't have a better answer, unfortunately, for you other than the timeline that we've had so far.
Thank you.
Councilman Strong?
Yeah, I was just saying, this isn't even making sense, because I looked at how far they want vegetation from buildings, from structures, and that's almost everything in the city. And on the east side, we've never had any kind of fire like that. We've got too many vineyards around vineyards don't burn, period.
Correct. So what the state did for their modeling is they said that they do it off of a hazard and not the risk. So when we went to them originally with the state responsibility area maps, we said, well, what about all of the work that's been done for vegetation management? What about us putting in place a potential fire-wise community? Yeah. All of the things that we're doing to prevent there be fires in the city, and none of that is taken into consideration. Absolutely zero for their maps.
Okay.
So, unfortunately,
yep.
What is the solution? Is it legislative? Can we do this through the legislature?
Not with fires.
I think at this point it is. We're going to ride this out in a sense and see what happens with this code cycle, and see where things go.
All right.
At this point. So far, what we're being told that we have to adopt is not going to change any of the new construction going in. It's optional at this point for the developers to to proceed, because a 2,400 square foot home is going to cost about $9,500 to be underneath the standards if we were to have the high severity zone have to meet Chapter 7A requirements.
I'm just worried about what it's going to do to everybody's cost of their insurance, for instance.
That's the one thing that this does not address. I'm on monthly meetings, Teams meetings about the insurance industry. I'm also a member of the Fire Safe Council for our area, for the Paso Robles area. And so we have a representative from Laura's office that's there at our monthly or bi-monthly meetings. And the insurance company swung the pendulum all the way to one side when all this started happening. And now they're starting to come back a bit. But there's no way to really determine whether they're going to have continued non-renewals.
Okay. Thank you. Pro Tem Gregory.
Yes, thank you for your report. So my question is on any possible change of zoning or building code changes will happen this summer?
Correct. In July 1st, we should be receiving something along with the building department. Devin's here from the building department. This is kind of a joint effort, building and fire. We work together with all of this. So in July, we should be receiving what is potentially going to be the changes. And then we have basically 6 months to be able to go over those, figure out what is going to change in Paso, any adoptions that we need to do that are specific to Paso Robles, and then submit those to City Council for adoption by January 1st of 26.
So the building code or by the state and the CAL FIRE is already required with those new improvements in very high only, correct?
Correct. And it would be too for us currently, like as of the adoption of this ordinance, if we had very high, we would be required to, but we don't have any very high within the city.
I think Tascadero's got some, but no red on our maps.
What's that?
Tascadero's got a bunch.
Yeah.
Tascadero, yes. Tascadero's a different community than Paso, though. The way that they're built into the WUI, the Wildland Urban Interface area, they're immersed in it. So it's in a sense, apples and oranges for us. We are more fortunate in the way that our city has developed and been built out, and also the weather patterns that come over from the coast over the hills.
Mm-hmm. This is going to also involve county building, I imagine, too.
It is. I found at the last Fire Safe Council meeting that the county has local responsibility areas that they're responsible for, and now they're going to have to be meeting those standards.
Exactly.
And the state of California is looking to have the zone 0, which is no vegetation, no combustibles around the homes within
100 feet.
Within 5 feet, there's nothing. Oh. Currently, it's 100 feet around. And there's talk that they want to have that retroactive to all homes once it's adopted, but it's just not going to be possible. It would take a community like ours we'd have trees downtown that would have to be taken out. And I just don't foresee that happening. I think that that's something that's just been being talked about, but these are the things that are talked about at the state level.
Okay.
So you never know what's going to come down.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Anyone else? Council? Okay. We'll open up then to public. Anyone wishing to make a comment on this item, please come forward. Okay. Anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council and discussion. Pro Tem Gregory.
Yeah, first, I'd like to thank our chief, Jonathan Starnetta, and her staff for writing all the letters that you did. Something happened where we don't have any very high in our city, so I'm going to give you guys all the kudos for that. So that was a tremendous effort, and thank you for saving the city's, the Paso Robles citizens from that. I'd like to make a motion that we introduce and approve the first reading by title only, ordinance XXXX, amending chapter 16.04 in the El Paso de Robles Municipal Code and adopting Exhibit A, amendments to Chapter 16 of the PRMC and Fire Hazard Severity Zone, local responsibility area map for the city of Paso Robles, listed in Exhibit B, and direct staff to take additional actions necessary to furtherance of this action.
Second.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Beal. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, go ahead, call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Town Chief Patty.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll close then public hearings and move on to discussion items. Item 1, approval of implementation Phase 2, Paso Robles Municipal Airport Security Plan. Mark Scandelis, Airport Manager.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thanks for having me. We're here to discuss the airport security plan, which comes to you from the Airport Commission with a unanimous vote. So first, I want to talk about the current state of security at the airport. The last security upgrade was in the early 2000s with the airport terminal expansion or construction. It was largely shoring up the airport terminal area, so gates and fences there. We have 19 vehicle gates, 13 pedestrian gates, and 7 miles of fence line. 11,000 feet of that fence line is what we'd call compliant. FAA looks at compliance. Each airport's individual. You have to meet the needs of your own airport and the threat that you have. But for us, that's generally a 6-foot fence with some barbed wire at the top. Here's what our non-compliant fence looks like. We have 28,000 feet of this. On the left is the original 1943 military barbed wire. Then we have some upgraded hog wire and T-post fence. Here's our current compliant fencing, 11,000 feet of this, chain link fence, and then wrought iron fence around the terminal. Looks a little nicer. So how did we get to start thinking about security at the airport? If you remember back in 23, we did an airport assessment. In that assessment, the consultants addressed security at the airport as a concern. We formed an ad hoc of the Airport Commission, which also identified that as something we should prioritize. In response to that, March 24, we hired a physical security firm to do an assessment of the airport's physical security. In October, we presented those results to the commission and formed an ad hoc to prioritize that report. Purpose of the ad hoc was to come up with a right-sized approach to Paso Robles. We could certainly do a lot with security. We could turn into LAX, but we're not LAX, and we won't be there for a while. We wanted a phased approach, something we can do, something we've already done, actually, Phase 1, do that now with existing resources. Phase 2 is what we're asking for tonight, appropriate monies out of the airport reserves to do this phase. Phase 3, we'd be bringing back to you in subsequent budget years. In Phase 4, we have a plan for that, but no need, or that would be implemented as need arises. So what's been completed already, Phase 1, the airport staff has secured all of our existing gates and accesses. We've purchased a new standardized lock set, so now we have keys instead of combinations at every gate. We fixed all the gate actuators, but they are old. Many of them are from 2001 when the terminal was built. And we've added a grant project to fence the north side and the east side. Those are the more rural sides of the airport onto our Caltrans grant program. As you guys know, unless you have the grant identified in your list, you can't go to it and point to it to get funding. So we now have an opportunity to grab funding as it becomes available. Next, in Phase 2, we're adding something called automated dependent surveillance broadcast for our tractor. So we have a lot of ground support equipment at the airport. The tractor is the one that's on the runway and in the safety areas most often. ADSB is what the aircraft have. They're transponders in each aircraft so they can talk to each other. Having this in the tractor will allow the aircraft to see where the tractor is, providing a little level of safety and security there. Next, we would be adding Knox box switches to each electronic gate. I know the chief is interested in us doing that. So that's a key that emergency services can put in the gate, and they don't have to fiddle with codes or calling staff to open up the gate for them. They get direct access during an emergency. Next, we want to talk about a remote controlled airplane field. We indeed have one at the airport currently. From what I've been told, we are the only one in the nation. FAA reached out to us after the fires in LA when a drone hit one of the firefighting aircraft and asked us if we'd want to continue on with this. So we took a look at it during our security plan. The Airport Commission has recommended that we no longer have that waiver from the FAA's regulations active, and that would be expiring in October of this year. In addition to that, the Commission is committed to supporting the club that operates out of there and has formed an ad hoc to try to find an alternative location in the North County for them to operate. all the kids left, but perhaps those kids could fly at that field, would be the next generation of future aviators. Where it's at right now is problematic for many reasons, but we have to control access, so growing the club isn't something that's possible on the field now. Here shows the model airplane box and the number of reasons why it's problematic. The box that they're authorized to fly in comes within 100 feet of one of our runways. And here is the actual data for our manned aircraft that is in the yellow and orange there. And you can see the model airplane boxes directly above the, or directly below the downwind leg for runway 19, our main runway. Next portion of phase 2, which we're asking to implement now in the near term, is looking at internet connectivity over the entire airport, not just the airport terminal area where it's at now, but that would be broadcasting that high-speed internet over the entire airport. We'd be working with Cal Poly's 5G lab to do this. They have done this at Cal Poly's campus and another campus in Santa Cruz. What that would, open up internet over the entire airport, allow us to have security cameras to be able to open gates remotely, things like that. In addition to that, we'd be evaluating our cybersecurity compliance with current FAA regulations and future spaceport regulations. So for physical security upgrades, you can see on the west side, we'd be installing one new electronic gate and 700 feet of fencing. Those are shown in the blue circles. These are areas between lease sites, which the city is responsible for. On the south side, we'd be adding an electronic gate and 150 feet of fencing on the second windway hangar property. And on the east side of the airport, where we do hazardous operations for spaceport engine testing, we'd have 2 manual gates there. We'd just be able to close them during those operations. That would help satisfy the FAA's regulations for control of public access. Total cost for phase 2 is $170,000. We envision $71,000 being an in-house budget that airport staff can work on ourselves, and then $99,000 for a contractor to come in and install gates and fences. In addition to the city's portion, we do have tenants at the airport, and they are responsible for maintaining security on their lease sites. Lloyd's Aviation will be installing a fence line and a new gate there. Nuna Corporation will be installing some fence and a gate to cut off their commercial business operations from the airplane hangars. Andrus Engineering, a new gate to do the same. Second windway, this is where the city of Paso Robles recently moved into some of the departments. We envision a fence going here to protect the airport and taxiway Foxtrot, but maintain the outdoor areas associated with those office spaces. Triana Winery, they are essentially complete with this project here, but fencing off their property and adding a fence at the cul-de-sac right way. Lot 2 for Jim Saunders, there's a small portion of fence line that needs to be completed, southeast property, or southeast corner of the property. For the Warbirds Museum, they do have a number of public events they hold. They are directly next to runway 31 and taxiway Foxtrot. So in phase 2, putting in a gate there, the yellow line, and then in phase 3, we'd be adding a fence line to cut off access directly to Foxtrot. But they still have a gate for the aircraft access. So that completes phase 2. So that is the $170,000 that we're asking for tonight. These next phases are things we'd bring back to you in next budget cycles. So that would be, pending the results of the internet study and how we would be able to broadcast high-speed internet over the airport. We'd implement that and add security cameras at relevant gate accesses. We would finish the fence on the west side. So you can see the 2 sections of fence there. It's 3,700 feet of fence that would secure the entire west side of the airport. And for the south side, 2,500 feet of fence here, that would secure the south side, which represents the west side and south side are where people are actually operating and what we need to secure them most readily. And then again, Warbirds Museum, the green line there. Phase 3 cost is still to be determined. We'll bring that back in the next budget cycle. Any budget shortfalls will be pushed to subsequent years, and we prioritize what needs to happen now. We'd also be evaluating alternatives like virtual fence. That option becomes available when we do have internet capabilities there. Imagine we shoot a laser for a mile, and if something crosses the laser, we get a ding, and we know what's going on there. And then phase 4, this is the last part of the security plan. It would be full keycard access for the airport, much like any other secure government facility. We'd be establishing and updating our current policies and procedures. And then, of course, that would take somebody to implement that security program. This is timeline to be as determined as necessary. The Airport Commission sees this happening in 5 to 10 years. With that, the recommendation tonight is up there, and I'm happy to take any questions you have.
Thank you, Mark. Questions for Airport Manager?
Yeah, I'm Mark. I just had a couple of quick questions. So I think I understand. Could you put the phase 2 recommendations that you're going to? Okay. So you're going to replace fencing for some of the fencing that's needed on the south side and the west side, correct?
Yes.
But you won't go all the way around the airport with this phase?
No, this would be this fence here, 150 feet, and a new gate there, and then about 700 feet on the west side in between lease sites that we're responsible for.
Okay. And then this is just a question. Is it anywhere in the future phases to fence the whole airport?
We do have that grant project for the north side and the west side. Those are very long fence lines, will be very costly. So we're going to prioritize that in the grant program when FAA funding becomes available.
Is that through Caltrans? Is that what?
Caltrans is kind of Caltrans Division of Aeronautics and the FAA work together on the grant program.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Mark, I had some questions. Particular, I'm sorry, Fred, do you have a question?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Trying to hit that. And the conflicts are part of the safety concerns, especially with the the small planes that are electronic.
Radio control.
Yeah, radio control. And have we given any consideration to a no-cost item, which is changing the 3% path to 6%, as most airports have?
Glide path, we haven't taken any consideration under this study here.
Is there a possibility that you could at least bring that consideration up?
Certainly a possibility, but that'd be a very long conversation with the FAA. We'd have to change all of the mapping for the airport and all the approaches coming in.
Well, I understand that, but also it would reduce a lot of those low-level conflicts.
That would be more out of the airport's, as you get off airport property, on airport property, it wouldn't change the glide sloping. It's so close in.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Mark, I wanted to hit your idea of the internet connectivity across the airport. I think that's super intriguing to me because I've been out there for 45 years, and it's always been a challenge for internet connectivity that's got any kind of speed or any kind of capacity. So I know we're trying to get fiber out there, and we do have fiber, but it's rather expensive. So I'm curious about this internet agreement with Cal Poly and their 5G lab. How would that work? In other words, would that be something that we would be able to put up that airport users would be able to rent or have access to and make it a revenue source for our airport revenue fund? Or how would that work?
That has been envisioned, certainly. We have some more steps to get to there, but to get internet at the airport, it's essentially putting in repeaters around the airport, solar-powered repeaters that the airport's a great candidate because it is completely flat and there is nothing there. So line of sight is possible at the airport to be able to do that.
Yeah, I know you mentioned to me on another meeting that you're trying to do that so you can remotely access and have security of gates that you can't really have visual, but now you'll be able to have that if something happens or something occurs at that location. You can quickly see through a video who or what is going on there.
Yeah, we could add video cameras. We could add ability to press a button and let somebody in if, you know, you have a delivery coming instead of giving out gate codes. And so we could really start to control security at the airport.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think again, that the way I'm looking at the internet thing too is some sort of a revenue source for the airport. And that might be something that just like T-Mobile or anybody else has. And again, that whole region out there is just very low coverage with Verizon and T-Mobile. Any of those providers, it's just very poor. So I think wireless in the future is going to be more used, but us getting in on the ground floor with regard to, you know, making a capacity that people can use at the airport is going to be a good step in helping us, you know, with security, but also as a revenue source, I think, too. So hopefully we can explore that further. So, Pro Tem Gregory?
Sorry, Mark, one more question. So on the internet connectivity, you're showing a second round of that in phase 3?
If we need it. So we have $15,000. That's about what it would cost to get one of those repeaters, solar powered repeaters. If we need more around the airport, that's why we're studying it. We don't know exactly how many we need. Cal Poly thinks we need one. So hopefully that's all we need. But in phase 3, if we needed more, we'd ask at that time.
So, and that secondary to that question is, if you find out you need more now, is that something you could bring back as an amendment to the budget?
Certainly, yeah.
Well, it's really important to me, and I think to a lot of people at the airport, that we have connectivity there. So.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Balch.
Thank you. Mark, do you know what the total amount of the reserves are at this point off the top of your head? I won't hold you to it. I'm just curious.
North of $2 million.
Okay.
That's what it is now.
So the 170 is not going to put a big strain on it. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, then we'll open up to public. Anyone wishing to have this public comment item? Seeing none. Anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay, bring it back to council for discussion and or action.
Mayor Hammond?
Pro Tem Gregory.
I was lucky enough to see this presentation once before, so I'm well educated on it. And I think it's really important that we do increase the security of the airport as soon as possible. So I'm going to make a recommendation. We move to approve and accept the security recommendations as developed by the Airport Commission Security Ad Hoc Committee. Approve the implementation of Phase 2 of the Municipal Airport Security Plan, and authorize a transfer of $170,000 from airport reserves, airport working budget, to implement phase 2 of the security plan.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. Any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Moving on, we have approval of resolution authorizing the formation of El Paso de Robles Infrastructure Financing Authority and certain other matters pertaining to thereto. Ryan Cornell.
Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. Yeah. Well, it's close to what it is. Yeah, I got it. That's fine. We'll go for back. Okay. The Paso Robles Gateway Annexation Project is located on the northwest corner of Highway 101 and Highway 46 East. In August of 2016, City Council approved a settlement agreement with the Gateway developers, which, amongst other things, requires the realignment of South Vine Street with Theater Drive. And this not only includes a road construction, but also a bridge to connect the two. In September of 2024, we finally got our final permit with Caltrans, and so now we're in the phase of bidding out the construction award. The city had always anticipated to construct this project not only with cash on hand, developer impact fees, and other general funds, but also with an issuance of debt. To date, the project, the bridge, and the road segment is estimated to be $24 million, which will require issuance of debt roughly just shy of $17 million. In order for the city to take out debt, it needs to be partners with a joint powers authority. The city is currently a member of the El Paso de Robles Financing Authority. Their sister member is the redevelopment agency of the redevelopment or of the Paso Robles. In 2012, the redevelopment agency got dissolved through state actions, and so that's no longer an eligible partner for our debt financing. We also looked into finding another governmental agency to partner with us, specifically the Housing Authority. Unfortunately, those conversations didn't pan out as well, but we did have another alternative, the California Statewide Communities Development Authority, which is a state agency that can partner with the city to form a new JPA for the financing district. So the whole purpose of this, again, is because the state does, state law prohibits the city from issuing long-term debt directly. However, this action is just the first of many steps in order to actually issue debt. So the California State Communities actually already approved their portion of the JPA on May 15th. Tonight is the City Council's portion to approve the JPA. As of right now, we have scheduled for June 17th, which is not the next meeting, but the week meeting after next, to actually hold the first JPA meeting. The JPA board is going to be the same board as the City Council, and so we'll kind of have that legal adjournment to the JPA. At that first meeting, we'll just kind of establish new bylaws, the officers, and the regularly scheduled meetings, which will be the same time as City Council. And then on July 15th, when we have the South Vine Street bid rebid and awarded, we'll bring the financing package at that time. Going down this method, there is a one-time fee for each issuance. It's $10,000 to the California State Community Development Authority, but that will happen in July time. So with that, just in order to establish the JPA, it's a simple resolution. And I'm here to answer any questions. We also have legal counsel too. It's definitely more of a legal matter. And I also do have Frida Berman too for any questions that you might have.
Yeah, she's good on forecasting things getting done. All right, thank you, Ryan. Open up for questions, staff. Councilman Belch.
What does this cost us?
So this action tonight doesn't cost us anything. The debt, when we get to that in July time, is going to be a $10,000 one-time fee.
What's the debt service?
The debt service.
What's that cost us? Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There will be cost of issuance when it comes to bonds, right? Bonds typically have a cost of issuance. I don't have the annual debt payment on the top of my head, but it was, we're looking at financing the debt repayment with that development project once it comes up.
So we don't have any rate, term, anything at all?
I'm sorry?
We don't have any rate or term, anything?
No, that'll actually come out in July time when we get a little bit closer to when we go to the bond market.
So, is that available before we vote?
No.
So the documents before you this evening are just to create the JPA to allow us to explore the bond issuance. We won't have any information on what the cost of the bonds, the interest rate, any of that will be until we get to a closer in time to when we'll be issuing those bonds. So at some point we would come back to you with bond documents if you were to go down that path, and at that time we would be able to provide you more detailed information. But
Are other cities currently? It looked like, just reading the abstract, other cities were borrowing money now or issuing bonds. What are some of those rates?
I'm not currently issuing any bonds for anybody. Kim, are you online? Is that something you can help us with?
Yep, I'm online. Can you see me? Hi.
Hi, Kim.
Hi, everybody. Yes, we will bring the item back to the council to approve the bond issue. This is just the preliminary action in order to assemble the documents so that we have a partner for the city to enter into the lease revenue bond documents with. So this is just for creation of the authority. At a subsequent meeting, we will bring all the bond documents before you, and we will also have the estimated not to exceed principal amount, the not to exceed interest cost on the bonds, and the estimated debt service over a period of 30 years.
So would it be possible?
Right now, the bond, I can tell you that an AA rated bond issue priced recently with a 4.65% interest rate. So those are kind of the interest rates that are out there, but I am not your financial advisor. And so they would be better able to give you that information when the item is before you.
Okay. Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Bosch, for our preliminary debt financing and assumptions that we used, we did assume a 30-year term in order to keep the annual debt service payment low, but there will be a callable provision in there at year 10, so that if we do have the development making or generating the amount of tax revenue that it's supposed to, we could pay off the debt within 10 years. The assumed interest rate right now is 5%, and that will give us an annual debt payment of about $1.2 million. As of right now, the development TOT revenue is estimated to be somewhere between 2 and 3 per year.
So $1 million debt service a year, that's very comfortable. You could absorb that very easily.
Yes, over a $50 million budget.
Sure.
But you're planning on using TOT money to help defray the cost, right?
Correct.
Right.
Again, the TOT is general fund.
Right. Yeah, exactly. But that's revenue source.
I mean, I would, not to belabor the point, but I would like to have something to compare this to. You know, if we were to put this out to the voters, to our citizens, a comparison of this is a better deal than doing a normal bond, that the voters would have to approve, general obligation bond, for example. And it seems, just looking at this just very quickly, this seems like a much better deal. You're trying to avoid doing a general obligation bond, it seems like.
Correct. This is intended to be a revenue bond, so that would be backed up by general fund revenues.
Sure. So, I'm not commenting one way or the other on that, but it would be nice to be able to compare what the debt service would be, and especially if you could pay it off early, for example, that would be a huge plus in my mind. Any way we can bring that back by way of comparison?
So when we bring back the financing package, we can provide additional options outside of just the revenue bond. It is going to be staff's recommendation primarily to go with the revenue bond based on knowing the market and that analysis. But
right.
we can provide those other two options.
I can hear the screams and howls right now. What are you doing approving this bond? No, we're not approving the bond tonight. No. We're just approving the authority to look at it.
Yeah, we need this authority in order to do any sort of debt instrument, and not even in this particular instance. I mean, self-buying street is the reason why we're moving forward today. But this will be a mechanism so that whenever we do have any additional debt financing projects in the future, we don't have to do this step again.
Right, and the $10,000 expense doesn't come until you actually borrow the money.
Right.
Correct. So tonight it's not going to cost us anything. Just approving the authority. Right. All right. Thank you.
Pro Tem Gregory.
Yeah. So a question about the $10,000 payment. Does that open the door for other activity in the future?
So it gives us the opportunity to do, so we don't have to do this forming the JPA or the first meeting of the JPA, but for every issuance of debt, there will be a $10,000 fee.
Okay. And then Mr. Bosch asked the question, is there other cities using this model?
Yes, actually, this model actually came from our new city manager, Mr. Hewitt, when he was at Sacramento. And he was chatting with the assistant city manager of City of Goleta. They were the ones that we know most recently did it. And then we do consult with NHA advisors still in all of our kind of debt financing packages. And so they're very familiar with the statewide program as well.
And then my final question is, like we've done with a lot of our bonds, I see the bond market getting better in the near future, at least the next couple of years. So if we can get a better deal on the bonding, can we replace this bond with less interest loans?
Yeah, we could always look at refunding, bonds, but that'll be in the future.
Okay, and then do you have an estimated amount of time? Well, maybe this is a structural question more than anything else. So we're going to build a bridge with the funding. When do we start making our first payment on the bond?
It should be about a year after construction, I would imagine.
After construction's finished?
Yeah, well, I guess that's to be determined, so.
Maybe we could find that out and just bring it back. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I was going to mention too that, Chris and I were the ones that we talked about that with Goleta out there. And I think at the time they were like 3.7 on their interest rate. Of course, it's gone up a little bit, but that was an excellent tool. I think given the fact that we don't have the redevelopment agents anymore, which is similar, this is a very similar way. That's the way cities now currently have to do their financing is through this JPA, Ryan? Is that?
Yeah, through a JPA, that's a requirement. Now, well, who our other partner agency is, that could be any sort of government agency. So we initially tried the Housing Authority to be our partner agency, but there was way too many questions, and we were looking for speed and efficiency on this project because the project is ready to be awarded here sooner than later. The other option was to form another internal organization with the same board. For example, like a parking fund. So a lot of cities have a parking district that the city council serves as that same board. And those separate agencies actually could form a JPA together. And that would have created no cost to the city. But I think this is cleaner and more transparent and open when we have other partner outside the organization.
Yeah, assistant city manager that I was speaking to there from Goleta said that there was multiple bonding agencies that wanted to invest in their city. And again, it was favorable with regard to rates. And again, it was pretty much a quick way of getting financing to do a project. I think at their time, they were doing some street improvements and something that they wanted to use short-term money on. So I think it's a great opportunity for us to be able to have this in place whenever we do need to do a project like this. So certainly no problem with me on this. But okay, anyone else?
One more question.
Pro Tem Gregory.
Yeah, so on the, what was my question about bonding? Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea where they're sourcing their funds from?
The developer?
They're going to give us $14 million. Where do they get their money from?
The developer has certain contributions that they're making to utilities and other street work. I can't speak precisely to the source, but I'm assuming they're financing a portion of it as well.
I mean,
I can't speak.
It's domestic, not offshore.
I cannot speak to the source of their funding.
I want to know that next when we bring this back.
We can do our best to try to ask that question. I don't know that I can have them divulge it, but we can ask the question.
It should be public. It should be. And then, go ahead.
I remember my question. So can we, when you come back next time, Ryan, will show us a couple scenarios on paying the debt? What you maybe see how it's going to work and what that would be the best case scenario so we could see that.
Sure. I don't envision that being the next time I see you. I think the next meeting, we're actually going to form the bylaws and the actual Joint Powers Authority. And then the meeting after that, we can go through.
Sometime prior to approving.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
And then
go ahead, Christian. Yeah.
Just, I have to ask this because people are going to want to know if we hadn't skived off the $4 million for the pickleball court, we would have been borrowing $13 million.
Approximately, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone in the public wish to address this item, please come forward. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back. And anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay, council, we have it back in our laps here to discuss and/or make action.
Mayor Hammond, I move that we approve Resolution 25XXX, establishing the El Paso de Robles Infrastructure Financing Authority with the California State Communities Development Authority and certain other matters pertaining thereto.
Okay. Motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. Discussion? Okay, call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Thank you. So now I think that then brings us down to the end of our agenda. Next, we have City Manager Report. Mr. Watt.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so over the weekend around 7:30 on Saturday night, Mr. Aleko alerted me that we had a pretty significant water main break on Riverside near 24th Street. I just wanted to take a moment to thank the team that responded. We had several businesses that were temporarily without water. They were able to excavate the street, and the leak was located about 11 feet below the street surface. And it was repaired within a very timely manner, had water back on by 12:30 in the morning the next day, so relatively quick. And the street was backfilled and everything was shored up around 4:30 in the morning on Sunday. So I really wanted to extend my thanks to Christopher, as well as Aaron Borden and Christopher Stanley, Jaime Murillo, Brendan Beatty, Alvin Ogle, and Gary Hicks. They were the team that were out there doing the great work. So thanks for them for their quick response.
Yeah.
I wanted to let the council know that I think it was last week, the governor issued a directive to cities and did so with an accompanying model ordinance to try to address homeless encampments. And while we're reviewing that model ordinance, I wanted to let the council and the public know that much of our ordinances that are already on the books address a majority of what was included in that template ordinance. So while we are reviewing it for any sort of anomalies or differences that we may be able to amend our ordinance with, and we're doing that now, much of what was shared with us is something that we're already doing in one shape or form. Just a preview for your next council meeting, we talked a while ago about upgrades to this chamber, and you all approved and gave us some direction on those. We are moving forward with that. We're moving ever so much forward with the video project, but there were also some ancillary items that the council wanted more information on, like carpet and window treatments and that sort of thing. So we're going to be back to you. I just wanted to give you a heads up that that's moving forward, and we're still working on that. And then finally, Memorial Day is on the horizon, and just a reminder, city offices will be closed that day, but of course things like PD and fire will continue to operate. So with that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Next, we have then council business and committee reports. Start off with Chris Meal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Park and Rec meeting. It was very interesting. We had such great feedback about some of the spring break programs that the Recreation Department offered, and also a great presentation in aquatics that our program teaches 1,000 swimmers. So I thought that was fantastic. Came to the library 30-year anniversary at this location. Mr. Wyrick from Senator Laird's office was here and gave a presentation in recognition to the library. Housing Authority, they are in active conversations with about 3 to 4 properties, which is very exciting. I also went to Chet Daughter for the first time and connected with the board there and a few residents. I'm learning every day. They have coffees on Monday, so I'm hoping to join them sometime there. I went to the MyCOP open house. MyCOP, I don't know if you're familiar, it's the Mixteco Indigenous Community Organization. They do lots and lots of outreach and education all over the Central Coast. They also do Spanish and Mixteco translation services, and I know I've been in conversation with the fire department, Ross Porter, in terms of making sure that we're doing education in other languages. I think MyCOP would be a really good alternative to maybe get some information out there in Mixteco. We've got Fire Safety Fest coming up, so I'm just always thinking about these things. I did eat grasshoppers at their very fancy open house. It was delicious, actually, but it was a really, really wonderful event. There's more, but what I'll say is tomorrow night we're interviewing 20 plus youth applying for our youth commission, which is very exciting. We're excited about that. The county housing meeting at Oak Park is going to be on Thursday. Friday we have baseball closing ceremony. I'll be making ricotta cheese with the adult services at the library at the study center. on Saturday, and I'll be serving tea and scones, perhaps at Anna's Royal Tea on the 31st. And I just want to thank the council. I was heartened by the enthusiastic response to our families and kids, and kudos to everyone up here. Thank you.
Councilman Strong. Yes, thank you. And Library Board of Trustees, they didn't have a quorum for their regular meeting, so they had to call a special meeting. I mean, they took a lot of information. They got a lot of reports done, but they had to call a special meeting, which was very brief, just for 2 items that were on the consent agenda, because one of them included a half-day closure of the library for staff development. And they can't close the library without the board consenting. So they got that done quickly with that one item. And then the Housing Authority, of course, you've already gotten that report from Councilman Beal. So I don't have to do anything more on that. I did have a meeting with the LOSAN, which is the Pacific Surfliner, where I'm the vice president. And it was a very interesting meeting, mostly that we're just proceeding. And the state has identified its corridors, and Amtrak is going along with them. And that does include our new corridor going all the way up to Bay Area. And there is a commission that's working on that right now. And looks like we're going to get some funding on that pretty soon. So that's moving ahead. That's pretty much it, except I have one coming up a week from now. And that's CalCog, which is the California Council of Governments. And one of their exciting items on their agenda is that the California Transportation Foundation has awarded them the award of Organization of the Year. So they're very pleased to get that particular award. And that's all my report.
Good. Thank you, Fred. Chris Bausch.
Thank you very much. I think everybody will be pleased to know that I have finally delivered all relevant and non-privileged documents requested, AKA the PRA request as submitted by the SLO Tribune and all others. As I pay a flat monthly fee to my phone provider, I do not require an itemized phone bill, and I don't have one to share. As an independent contractor answering only to myself, I do not produce a call log, and thus I do not have one call log to share. When all was said and done, I have reviewed nearly 60,000 emails, many of them multiple times due to the redundancy of the SLO Tribune's searches. I have labeled the responsive documents according to their respective PRA requests, again, often irrespective of the redundancy of the request. I have submitted over 2,000 emails that, when combined, clocked in at over 1.5 gigabytes. The file sharing service, Cloud HQ, suggested upon failure to upload, that I compress the files and then send them separately by label, which I did beginning May 15th and finally finishing on May 16th. As to the text messages, I reviewed over 26,863 text messages, extracting 3,763 responsive conversations that, when printed out, take up 743 pages. All of these have been submitted to BBK for their review. Thank you.
Tim Gregory.
Yeah. So I attended the Senior Advisory Committee meeting, and it's where we all attended. And I attended Travel Paso today, and they were talking about their event. And thank you, Mayor Hammond, for attending that for me, and for the city, where they honored several people in the industry. There's a really nice event this weekend for all those who love tractors down at Santa Margarita. There's the largest tractor show in the West Coast going on. And then the final comment I want to make is on Larry Moore Park. We had a town hall meeting with the community, and very well done by our staff. Thank you, Angelica and Linda. But the number one comment that came up, and I wanted to talk to council about it, is traffic calming methods on Riverbank Road, like we have in other parts of our city, like on Rambouillet. And I think it's going to be critical with the number of vehicles that are going to be coming in for sports games and stuff like that to consider it. And I, as a council, I'd like to consider that and get it done ahead of time because I believe it's already an issue for those residents. So I don't know how to bring that back as a council discussion, but I'd like to ask council members to join in and bring that back.
Okay.
And Frida, go ahead.
Councilman Gregory, that's already part of the scope of the project and is already in progress. So you'll be seeing those results when you are considering the conceptual plan.
Okay, so that'll be coming up pretty soon then?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, Frida.
They brought that up at the last one.
Yeah, okay, good. And with that, I like it when people do all the things I request ahead of time. Thank you. and thank you, Mark. Mark, thank you for your work on the airport plan.
Frida's on the ball tonight, that's for sure. Okay, Steve, you got it? That's it? Okay. Okay, for me, since our last meeting, we had 3 IWMA meetings that we're doing multiple items where we're actually looking for a new executive director for integrated waste management. That'll be happening. It looks like we have a candidate and we're going to be now negotiating a contract. Also went to the Travel Paso Roundup over here across the street at the Paso Robles Inn. Very fun. Lots of people there. Good talks. Very well done. And then had the mayor's meeting recently in Morro Bay. Carla Wixom hosted us. And we had some interesting discussion there from both Supervisor Gibson and, the Assembly member Don Addis. Interesting, with the $12 to $16 million deficit with the state budget, it seems like what I'm hearing and it was confirmed that, the governor tends to think it's not his fault. He's blaming both the counties and cities for the deficits. But at any rate, we are where we are in California. So that was the discussion at that meeting. Tomorrow, APCD, JPA, Not Smell of Water coming up. That's all I really had on my calendar. And then what we have for upcoming events, we have the Paso Robles City Council special meeting, advisory board tomorrow night with what I think we're down to 25 or 20 something people.
We're at 22 now.
22 students. Okay. Yeah. Looking for advisory body interviews. And then next we have a supplemental sales tax oversight committee meeting May 21st at 5:30. The city facilities will be closed, of course, for Memorial Day on next Monday, the 26th. Paso Robles Planning Commission will be meeting the next day at 27th at 6:30 in this room. DRC, Development Review Committee, June 2nd, 3:30. The Paso Robles City Council special meeting advisory interviews are also set for June 2nd, 2025, 5:15. Get that on our calendars. And then our next meeting after that is going to be the next day, Paso Robles City Council meeting, June 3rd, 6 p.m. in this room. So I want to put a word out that everybody remembers we have Memorial Day coming up this next Monday. Time to honor our U.S. Military personnel who died in service of our country. I think we need to all be thinking of them on that day and attend the ceremonies at the cemetery if we can and show our support for those who've fallen. So I'd like to adjourn in their name. Anyone like to make a motion on that?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Strong, second by Gregory. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Aye. We stand adjourned.